that are illegally mining gold in Mpika parliamentary constituency, thereby posing a security risk to the local people? And in B, if so, what urgent measures have been taken to rid the area of the foreign nationals and ensure the safety and security of the residents?
We have a question coming from Mukushi North Member of Parliament, Mr. C. Chibuye, and he wants to find out from the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation and whether government has any plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mukushi Township in Mukushi North Parliamentary Constituency, and if so, when the project will commence and what the estimated cost of the project is.
Another question, which is question number 285, will come from Magoye Member of Parliament, Mr. Malambo, and he's directing his question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a police post in Magoye parliamentary constituency. As you can see on your screen is Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Dancing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. As members will notice from the order paper, we have a lot of work to do today. We have 2 ministerial statements, some questions, and 2 committee reports to be considered. So we are not going to waste a lot of time on matters of urgent public importance. I see that 5 members have since indicated. I'll limit depending on how we proceed. So far 5, and that's the close 5. And depending on how we proceed, I might limit it to a lesser number. We start with the Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is on the Minister for Internal Security, Minister of Home Affairs. Just yesterday in Shiwangandu, one of our residents from Chama, Chief Chikwa in particular, who went there to do business with his colleagues, was actually murdered, or rather shot at close range by a police officer from Shiwangandu. Madam Speaker, the facts behind this incident are that
Order, Honorable Member, there is no need to go to the facts. Thank you. Last week I had guided honorable members on what qualifies to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. First, one of the criteria is that the matter is widespread and it's a matter that can be debated. Now, this single occurrence, of course, we have lost life in Shiwangandu. 1 person has died. Surely, is it not a matter that you can quietly deal with the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security to see what can be done, instead of bringing it here and raising it as a matter of urgent public importance? Clearly, the matter does not qualify and therefore not admitted. The Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just quickly, my matter of urgent public importance is directed to the Minister of Lands. Madam Speaker, Zambia, in changing title deeds as well as issuing new ones, has been using a ZILMIS management system. And in the last few months, the government decided to change into a new system, which is called ZILAS. Madam Speaker, I must mention that despite the assurance from the Minister of Lands that this will be the fastest, actually the whole system is now crumbled. And indeed, the last 1 month has been very pathetic. Now, this is not only at an issue of Lusaka, but the issuance of title deeds is an issue that involves properties, change of properties, and getting properties for new ones. And indeed, it's a problem also for the economy, because at the end of the day, there's property transfer tax that is involved, and these things are the hot. So,
Honorable Member, you are now debating. I've gotten the issue.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker. Therefore, that is my matter of urgent public importance to the Minister of Lands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Feira. Again, the criteria is if the government does not act there and then, some catastrophe is going to occur. I know the issue of land is very, very crucial, but the best, maybe let's give the Honorable Minister of Lands to indicate. If the Honorable Minister of Land says he's ready to respond, but then this means we'll have to spend some time to debate, because the Honorable members will have to ask questions. So maybe we can leave that for now. We will come and let's clear the others so that we make it the last one. So the Honorable Minister of Lands will respond to that, and then a few questions thereafter. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I rarely raise urgent matters of public importance, but I'm compelled to direct one to the Minister of Water and Sanitation regarding the water crisis in Kamfinsa constituency. Madam Speaker, in particular, Ndeke Township, Ndeke Changa Changa, Mlenga Compound, and Mukuba na Twange, which forms the basis for Kamfinsa constituency. Madam Speaker, I'll be very quick. In the last 3 weeks, Madam Speaker, in the company of officers from Munkana Water and Sewerage, we have taken the liberty to do what we are calling on-the-spot checks to confirm the water crisis. And Madam Speaker, I can confirm that the water utility company has not responded to the challenge of water in the constituency. This, Madam Speaker, prompted me to engage the Minister of Water, and I'm aware that the Minister of Water is aware of the problem, but unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the matter has not been attended to. As I stand here, Madam Speaker, there is no water in Kamfinsa constituency. I will be failing in my duties if I do not bring this matter to the attention of the August House. I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kamfinsa. To my recollection, I have approved a question from yourself relating to the issue of water. So I don't know whether you want to raise the matter now or you've forgotten that you have submitted an urgent question. That urgent question will be coming to be answered by the minister, I think, in the course of this week. So just hold your fire, prepare these follow-up questions, then you can ask the Honorable Minister at the appropriate time. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise this matter of urgent public importance directed at Her Honor the Vice President in her capacity as the leader of government business in the House. Madam Speaker, I will be very surprised if people will not fall in love with your wisdom at the end of my submission. Madam Speaker.
Please do not sway my judgment by praising me.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, proceed.
I have a newspaper in my hands, which I will lay on your table. And the heading is, Drugs Shortage is Political Zamsa. Madam Speaker, and this is where I began, when your wisdom directed a committee which is under your jurisdiction to go around the country and determine this problem. Which committee brought the report here, we debated, and the Minister of Health refused the recommendations of the committee. The board chairperson for ZAMSA, a woman of impeccable repute, Dr. Anna Chifungula, submits, and I quote, Dr. Anna Chifungula, the ZAMSA board chairperson.
Maybe, Honorable Member, you can indicate which paper?
Madam Speaker,
for the record.
This is in the Daily Nation of today.
Okay, order, Honorable Members. Let's listen.
Thank you so much. I'll just quote 3 portions. The article is long. Dr. Anna Chifungula, the ZAMSA board chairperson, says the agency was not allowed to procure medicines and other medical supplies from suppliers who were considered not to be in good standing with the New Dawn administration. I jump. Dr. Chifungula said the report by the Parliamentary Committee on the availability of drugs was very good, and the board actually adopted it. My final quote. We were being told not to deal with that one and that one, to an extent that we had to request for some office of the president officials to help us pick which one we can deal with or not. Madam Speaker, the board chairperson says the reason there are no drugs is because the UPND government did not want to deal with certain suppliers. And they even went, the board chairperson says they went to State House, to an officer at State House, to go and find out from State House which suppliers should be contacted. My problem to our Honor the Vice President. Your Honor, will you let the Minister of Health fail to supervise ZAMSA because of political influence coming from State House. When millions of Zambians may die as a result of this dire need of medicines. I seek your further direction, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. So the paper is being laid on the table to the extent that a statement was made, not that the statement was factual or not, but that a statement has been made. And because we have been through this issue of medicines, and now the board chair of ZAMS has been quoted in a newspaper, maybe the honorable leader of government business in the House can come back to the House just to clarify the position of government with regard to that statement, which is gracing the front page of the Daily Nation, so that people can also hear the side of the government. So the Honorable, Honor the Vice President will come back to the House on Thursday next week. Is it? When? This week. Next week. Thursday next week to come back with a ministerial statement. I think Thursday is too far also. No, tomorrow there is not enough time. I think we can give them Tuesday next week. Tuesday next week. Thank you very much. I thought we were already on Wednesday. Thank you. The last one, Honorable Member for Petaoke Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petaoke this opportunity to raise the matter of public importance. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to Her Honor the Vice President. And the matter is on Standing Order 134, which leads a member...
Order, Honorable Member. The manner in which you raise you can take your seat as I guide. The manner of raising a matter of urgent public importance is you rise. You say, my matter of urgent public importance is directed, in this case, Her Honor the Vice President, and then my matter of urgent public importance is as follows. You state precisely and concisely what the matter is without debating. So you are doing very well. You started very well. Please proceed, but do not quote the standing order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. And I'll just quote, because there are some people think that maybe I'm not educated and I don't read this. So it's better to read.
Order. Honorable Member for Petaoke. The problem of quoting is you are eating in two time. There is no need to quote. Just raise your matter of urgent public importance. You don't need to quote any standing orders. We all know that you are rising under Standing Order 134. So just state the matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to Her Honor the Vice President, of, who happens to be the lead of government business in this House. Madam Speaker, in Katete, between Katete and Shanida border, last night there was a patient who was going to Katete to the hospital and was involved in a serious accident, Madam Speaker, because of the road from Chadiza to Katete, which is a death trap. Madam Speaker, it's a stretch of less than 100 kilometers, but the vehicle takes about 4 hours to drive. So my matter is we seek your honor in order to let people start losing lives in the bad state of the road from Chanida to Katete. We seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Petauke, I will advise that you put in a question for a written answer, for an oral answer. It will be better dealt with that way. Because other matters relating to the roads and what, there is first of all the statement that will be coming on the state of the roads in Northwestern Province. So on this particular one, put in a question for oral answer. That concludes, Honorable Member for Lumezi. This is an afterthought. I had already closed. You are not raising any matter. Why is your name gracing the...
Madam Speaker, I'm taking you to Standing Orders 234.
What are you raising, Honorable Member? A point of order?
It's a point of order, though 239 gives you privilege, Madam Speaker, to raise issues that are not cited in the standing orders. That's why I propose that we read 234 and 239 together, Madam Speaker.
Okay, what is it, a point of order or what? It's a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, on our row here, where we are seated, we've observed that there is a strange object. We don't know whether it's a bomb. It's not a handbag in between Honorable Chibuye and Honorable Tembo. Madam Speaker, we don't know how it has gotten itself on our row when everywhere else there is no such an object. I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker.
Okay, is it a pillow? Is being used by the Honorable Member for Chienge. She had requested for permission to use that because she says she sprained her spinal cord or something. So she says she's injured, so she needs support. She was given permission to use that. But I don't know how it found itself here without the owner. I'm sure she'll be joining us shortly. Before we close this segment on matters of urgent public importance, I had allowed the Honorable Minister of Lands to make a statement on a matter that was raised concerning land by the Honorable Member for Feira. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would beg your authority if we can come with a comprehensive ministerial statement on this matter. But for immediate response.
Sorry, order, Honorable Minister. If you are going to indicate that you want to come back with a comprehensive answer, then I will suggest that you come back with a comprehensive answer than to attempt to tackle it now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you come back on Friday, this week, Friday, you can come.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Tourism to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to deliver a ministerial statement on the effectiveness of measures being undertaken to reduce human-wildlife conflicts and the current status of the problem that is countrywide. This is in response to the urgent matter of public importance raised by Honourable Member of Parliament for Chama South, Honourable Davison Mongandu. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to be given to update the nation through this House on the issues raised with regard to the human-wildlife conflict and allay fears of the people in the affected areas. My statement, Madam Speaker, will first address the possible causes and reasons for the increase of human-wildlife conflict, I will then outline the extent to which government is implementing measures to address the problem, and finally conclude by making a statement outlining the measures to remedy the situation in the long, medium, and long term, short, medium, and long term rather. Madam Speaker, the human-wildlife conflict situation in Zambia has become a matter of great concern to government. And lately, we have seen an increase in these particular incidences. Madam Speaker, the ministry has taken time to actually populate statistics for the last 5 years to show, or rather indicate, that 63,211 problem animals reports ranging from loss of human lives, injuries, loss of livestock, destruction of crops and property were recorded, which government deeply regrets. Madam Speaker, just to detail the glaring statistics that I've just mentioned, over a period of 5 years, in 2018, as a benchmark, 6,318 human-wildlife conflict incidences were reported, including Chama North and South. In the following year, 2019, 8,765 human-wildlife conflict incidences were reported, representing 39% increase compared to the previous year, which is 2018. In 2021, 18,513 human-wildlife conflict incidences were recorded, representing yet another increase of 193% compared to our benchmark 2018. Madam Speaker, 2022 saw 21,442 human-wildlife conflicts, representing a 239% increase from 2018. Now this, Madam Speaker, of the increasing trend of human-wildlife conflict is worrisome and indeed of great concern to us in government. It appears that the measures that government has been implementing over a period of time to address these problems are scaring animals using firearm or using the chili and electric fences, and controlling problem animals, as well as capture and relocation, have not yielded effective results. Madam Speaker, with respect to the measures of controlling problem animals, for example, in 2022 alone, which was last year, a total of 131 problem animals were controlled by killing. When I said controlled, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of parliament, we were talking about killing. This is in comparison to 227 problem animals controlled in 2021. I could have brought graphs, but not for this particular segment. Some of the reasons why the measures to reduce human-wildlife conflict have not been very effective include, and among others, scaring animals using firearm, use of chili and electric fences and chili blasters, and controlling problem animals as well as capture and relocation is the only effective in the short term. Madam Speaker, allow me to outline some of the probable causes of the observed increase in human-wildlife conflict across the various GMAs that we have in our country. Madam Speaker, number one, the increase of human settlement in wildlife habitats and corridors for various reasons such as farming and settlement. Number two, the increase of the number of elephants in some parts of the country such as Luangwa Valley, Lower Zambezi, and the Kavango-Zambezi Transfrontier area, popularly known as Kaza. The observable increase of wildlife numbers due to the better law enforcement in protected areas, sharing of water sources between wild animals and humans, which usually result in attacks on the latter by the former. Number five, animals such as elephants are migratory animals, and as such, we are having a challenge of an influx of elephants migrating from different areas seeking refuge, food, and water. Six, injuring of animals due to poaching makes certain animals such as buffaloes and elephants become violent and aggressive. Seven, the months of May, between the months of May and July, are known to be breeding season for large cats such as lions, which usually result in sub-adult male lions and a few circumstances, lionesses and young calves being forcibly ejected out of the pride, causing them to wander far away from the protected areas into community areas. Last but not least, the practice of fishing at night in protected areas has led to people being attacked by hippos. Madam Speaker, allow me to outline the measures that government, together with our cooperating partners, will continue to put in place to address the problem in the short, medium, and long term. Number one, training of community members as blasters. Number two, the development of participatory village land use plans, popularly known as VLUPs. Three, the data collection, of which we collect data that will help us provide information that includes the type and extent of crop damage, location of the incident, and the name of the affected individual. Number four, mass media communication, the use of local and community radio stations. Number five, the deployment of wildlife police officers. This will now enhance our numbers of patrols within the national parks and protected areas. And the other measures, Madam Speaker, are that of supporting the communities with early maturing crop varieties and alternate livelihoods like gardening, poultry, goat rearing, beekeeping. Number seven, the Ministry of Tourism is in the process of amending the Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015, which will obviously come to this House, and intends to propose a provision for relief in the case of loss of crop or livestock and consolation when human life is lost. Number eight, the relocation of illegal settlements from wildlife habitats and corridors. Number nine, government intends to commission a study to comprehensively understand the causes, extent of the problem, to provide practical recommendations to address the problem. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, let me reiterate that human-wildlife conflict remains one of the biggest and complex challenges the Ministry of Tourism is facing at the moment. As a ministry, we are doing everything humanly possible to respond and mitigate to the problem, which requires a multi-pronged approach to effectively deal with this particular problem. However, it's still worth noting that human-wildlife conflict is unavoidable, but can be mitigated and reduced to minimal levels to an extent where people and wildlife can coexist, including our people from Chama South. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The honorable members are now free to ask points of clarification. Order, honorable members. There is so much noise on the section that the honorable member Fonkana is seated. If you can't avoid you want to consult, please do it quietly. There is no need to stretch fingers and point at your friend on the other end. Just distracts the proceedings. No, your honorable member Fonkana, I've been observing, you've been making running commentaries while seated. You risk being thrown out of the House if you continue on that trajectory. Honorable members are now free to ask points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Tourism. The Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statistics given by the Minister are very clear from 2018-2022 on the increase. Actually, it's a very high increase in cases of human-animal conflict. Now, my question really is that, apart from these other measures that you mentioned, which I think they are very ineffective, when is the ministry going to start cropping these animals? Because we haven't heard. And indeed, without using a graph, just explain when, or are you considering in the immediate... Sorry?
One question, Honorable Member. The question is, when are you cropping? Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question, Honorable Member of Parliament for Feira. And indeed, without the aid of a diagram, we are unlikely to crop these particular animals at the moment. And this is for a simple reason that these particular animals are actually shared by other countries. I'll give you an example of our elephants, which I did specify that are migratory in nature. Elephants in the Kaza region are shared by 5 countries, so there has to be consensus amongst all these 5 particular countries, Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, to be able to agree on the quota of cropping. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very excited to hear the Minister promise the people of this country, particularly in GMAs, that the government intends to bring a bill which will seek to compensate people affected in these areas. That is a very good development. The question that I want to find out, just a few days ago, Madam Speaker, on the issue of village scouts, an elephant, I know the minister is aware, charged in Nawalia, Mpika constituents, a village scout, in the process of trying to scare an elephant, shot a game scout, who is actually also from Chama, and I'm making a follow-up on his condition. Is the minister considering finding a permanent solution, such as fencing these GMAs, or indeed restricting these animals to specific numbers through cropping? Are you considering, particularly in the Luangwa Valley, are you considering fencing these GMAs to ensure that these animals are not in conflict with our people? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question, Honorable Mungandu. Madam Speaker, I must make mention that these particular animals that we have in the national parks, or rather, if I can call them protected areas, are supposed to free roam. In more situations than not, we, the humans, are the ones who encroach in their particular areas. And because we are in those particular areas, I think it's important that we get to coexist with these animals. And remember, these animals are what we use as our draw card for tourism. Now, I did make mention, I responded to the issue of cropping. Cropping is one activity that we might not embark on now. And again, to just use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to state that Zambia is a party to CITES. And before we do any action with regards to cropping, we have to sit with all the other countries which are party to CITES to agree on when we are going to crop these particular animals. And to answer your question, Honorable Member of Parliament, through Madam Speaker, we will not fence GMAs. We would like to allow the animals to roam as freely as they possibly can and be able to market our country as one of the haven of safari. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I listened to your statement quite attentively. In your conclusion remarks, you said you'll do, as a minister, you'll do everything humanly possible. Honorable Minister, you know very well that cropping has not taken place because of the cancellation of the hunting concessions. There is a High Court ruling to that effect.
The Honorable Member, ask a point of clarification. Do not debate. Do not bring issues that are not part of the ministerial statement. If you want to bring that issue, there are other avenues you can use. So just ask points of clarification.
Honorable Minister, don't you think that the decision to cancel those hunting concessions as a result of not having
The Honorable Member for Lumezi, you were guided. You don't have any point of clarification on the statement, or you have guided that if you want to ask that question, you can bring it in another form, not on this. This relates to the human-animal conflict. Points of clarification arising from the ministerial statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Chief Mwanya's area, Madam Speaker, the people are hoping that the statement will give us hope that people will not be attacked by these animals and their farming inputs will not be attacked. So my question to you, Honorable Minister, in Kasungu, coming into Chief Chikomene's area, there is an electronic fence powered by solar. Why don't you consider doing the same for the people in Mwanya? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Lumezi, for that follow-up question. Like I mentioned in the ministerial statement, we are working very well with a number of cooperating partners in the various GMAs. For the purpose of the House, Madam Speaker, Zambia has in excess of 36 game management areas, including that in Mwanya. And what we have worked on, Madam Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to announce that as at June 1 this year, 202 village scouts have been employed as wildlife police officers in the various game management areas. That, Madam Speaker, is in a bid to ensuring that the human-wildlife conflict in those areas is actually reduced. And with regards to putting up electric fences in that area, like I've mentioned, Madam Speaker, we do not intend to put electric wires in the park or indeed the GMAs, but the electric fences that you see around those areas, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Speaker, are fences which are erected by certain individuals who may have acquired title in protected areas. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Iteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the assurance, especially with regard to the compensation on the crops and the death that you always incur us who are in the GMAs. Now, on the enforcement, Minister, the number of village scouts, despite you recruiting, they are still not adequate. Last time you came on the floor of the House and made an assurance that government was going to recruit wildlife officers. Could you kindly shed more light whether that recruitment is underway? Because the reaction time for officers is quite very slow, to an extent where one of my chiefs was offering a 10,000 kwacha for someone who was going to hunt a lion. When we reach those extents, then it means the reaction time for officers is not too good. What is your comment on that one, Minister? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At the risk of sounding pedantic, I did make mention that 202 village scouts have been elevated to wildlife police officers, and which simply means that we have a vacancy of 202 village scouts in the various game management areas. We will endeavor to recruit as many as we possibly can as we continuously engage our collaborative management partners in the various GMAs. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as we ask points of clarification, let's make sure that we were listening to the ministerial statement rather than ask a question that was already addressed. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. Honorable Minister, I think we are tired. We can't be speaking about the same issue year in, year out. I think the people of Chama South and North are not interested with these ministerial statements. They want action. Madam Speaker, our people are not sleeping in their homes, safeguarding their crops year in, year out. So, Honorable Minister, are you considering copying what the colonial government used to do? The colonial government used to have hunters, afundi, in each village who were authorized actually to ensure that if animals are posing a threat, those afundi, the hunters, were able to control these animals. That way, we didn't have this situation during the colonial government. So are you considering, Honorable Minister, to make sure that each village we have got a fundi, because we don't have, you have low staffing levels of wildlife officers. I think we are tired, Mr. Honorable Minister.
Please be kind to the mics. They are not the elephants. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to respond to a follow-up question from a seemingly tired Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama North. And it's actually sad that I was not there in the colonial times to actually understand what you're saying at the hunters. But in any case, it will be interesting to actually get more further and better particulars on how you used to manage it in your colonial times. But, Madam Speaker, I think it's an issue that is ongoing. It's an issue which requires a lot of us to participate. We all have to play a role. And, Madam Speaker, in this House of ours, we have recruited no less than 105 honorary wildlife police officers in here who actually have their badges and they're just waiting to be deployed to the various national parks so that they help us with human-wildlife conflict. Now, if Chama North seems to have a problem, then we can co-opt a number of parliamentarians here who are going to reinforce Chama North and ensure that he no longer becomes tired, as he actually is, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Order, order. That will be on condition that I don't lose my members of parliament. Point of order, Honorable Member for Lunte. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, my point of order is on the Honorable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister knows that the problem being addressed is happening now. The Honorable Minister knows that this assembly has resumed work now. How does the Honorable Minister hope to solve a problem happening now by deploying Honorable Members of Parliament who are at work in your assembly now? Is it in order? Is it in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead himself, mislead you and us, including the general public, that is going to solve the problem by deploying us when we are here solving national problems? I seek your serious ruling, Madam. 65.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lunte. From my recollection, I saw that some honorable members volunteered to be enlisted as yes, but he was just reminding honorable members that they have a role to play in order for us to bring this problem, to have it controlled. We all have a role to play, and this extends to the honorable members of parliament. Of course, when the honorable members of parliament are sitting, they are not expected to discharge any other role, but to sit and discharge their work in the House. So when at recess, honorable members are free to go and assist, because this problem actually needs all of us to assist. So the honorable member, the honorable minister was just reminding honorable members that they have a role to play. So I do not find that he was out of order. He was just reminding members that they have a role to play. The honorable member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the biggest challenge you have with our people living near the GMS is the seemingly biasness. Wherever you go, the story they will tell you is that when they complain to your officers about their fields being attacked by the wild animals, the officers are slow to intervene. While the opposite, if there's a suspicion of any animal being killed nearby, your officers go aggressively on the people and beat even the pots and plates of our people in the villages. What are you doing to address this? Because that's the biggest challenge wherever you go. This is the story they'll give you. that when they report about their fields being attacked, your officers are very slow to intervene. When they try to protect themselves, they are the ones who become the hunted. What are you trying to do to ensure you harmonize this suspicion by our people who are living near the GMS? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Shwang, for that follow-up question. Yes, I do sympathize with you with regards to the response time from my officers, and it is indeed a matter that is on our radar as a ministry. There is a small matter of mindset shift, which obviously we found. We are just new in government, and this is something that could not have happened in the last 1 or 2 years. But I totally agree with you. We have received such reports where our officers tend not to be as aggressive as it is if somebody is actually found with dengue versus one who is reporting that matter of human-wildlife conflict. But I must take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to just let the House know that within the ministry, we are aggressively looking at opportunities of how we could create a formal chain of command and a formal way to respond to human-wildlife conflict or any other matters pertaining to wildlife. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, there are some people who have been eaten by lions, like in my constituency. That young man, stop laughing. That young man in my constituency was eaten by a lion, and their relatives need compensation. Is government going to compensate the family or not? I need the answer, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, I sympathize with the Honorable Member for Isoka for having lost a life due to human-wildlife conflict. It is indeed saddening. But, Madam Speaker, I did make mention in my ministerial statement that in our review of the number 14 of 2015 Wildlife Act, we are looking at avenues that will address the issues of consolation and indeed compensating those people who lose crop or get injured during human-wildlife conflict. And I'll take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, yet again to request that when the act comes to this House, we will be able to give it the support that is required for it to pass and it be enacted. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, the issue of transportation and low staffing levels is of great concern, especially to the Department of Wildlife. Now, I wanted to find out, if you go to places like Kashinakaji, you discover that the officers there, they do not even have transport. Even the staff that you have there, the accommodation issue is also of great concern. I wanted to find out if your ministry is considering to increase funding to this department, because I believe that the wildlife sector hasn't done much. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question for Honorable Member of Parliament for Kabwata. You will agree with me that our resource envelope is not as fat as we can possibly imagine, but in any case, the Department of National Parks and Wildlife, through the Ministry of Tourism, is actually funded handsomely from the ministry by law enforcement, for purposes of law enforcement. Now, I also want to make mention and take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to state that we are in the process of engaging collaborative management partners for the other national parks that we have. Currently, I must state, we have Liua National Park, Kafue National Park, Bangweulu wetlands. which are actually managed by our collaborative management partners. With these particular CMPs, we like to call them, in the ministry, we will now be able to use that blueprint to replicate in other national parks that we have. Obviously, the other 17 national parks that we have. Some of the other national parks that we have around here are self-sustaining in the sense that they are able to fund for themselves because of the activities that are happening in there. We are in a process as a ministry to create minimal infrastructure development through our sister ministry, Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development, to be able to create access to those parks which will now attract more investment in those areas. And as such, you will realize that the various national parks which have partners do not have that particular problem with regards to transport. They do not have problems with regards to staffing. They also do not have problems with regards to ration for the officers that we have. Now, government is not turning a blind eye on these other parks that do not have support, but we will endeavor to make sure that we connect them to various CMPs that will support them in their day-to-day activities. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this issue of elephants now is getting out of hand. In Lundazi, we never used to have any of them, but now our people in Titimira, Mutuanjov, they are failing to live because of your animals, Honorable Minister. The question that I have for you, what plans do you have for these newly infested areas of your elephants? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism. But when I heard Mutuanjov, I don't know, doesn't that mean that it's a head for elephants? Elephants have been visiting. Sorry, it's just a comment when you said Mutuanjov. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. I tend to agree with you, Madam Speaker. Mutuanjovu simply means that those people found themselves there. They invaded the elephant corridor. But to answer your question, Honorable Member of Parliament, through the Speaker, I think I did make mention very well in my ministerial statement. We have seen an increase in population of humans, and as such, the humans have decided to look for other better opportunities to where to relocate. But we also realize that because of how we've been managing law enforcement, Madam Speaker, places such as Lundazi also have elephants which actually come from places such as Malawi. Now, you can only imagine, Madam Speaker, if Zambia decides to just start cropping elephants. Before you know it, Malawi will start claiming that we killed more of their elephants than we cropped ours. So, Madam Speaker, I will go back to my earlier statement or my earlier remarks that this issue of human-wildlife conflict requires concerted efforts from each and every one of us. I know for a fact that even in the colonial times of Honorable Mtachalo here, they would actually live in harmony with these particular animals. I'm not even suggesting that they were hunters. There is a culture in this country, or rather, there is an opportunity where we have quotas where we go hunting. And unfortunately, species such as elephants are not part of the hunting quota. Any other big game we are able and we are allowed to hunt. In the next few months, Madam Speaker, we will be opening up quotas for people to apply and hunt in their respective GMAs, especially those of you who live in your GMAs. If you know there's this specific animal that you've always wanted to crop, please apply, pay the requisite fee to the Department of National Parks and Wildlife. You'll be able to enjoy it with your family and friends. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that brings to the end. We have run out of time. Apologies to the members that have indicated that they wanted to ask questions. We can only take so many at a time. I have also permitted the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for according me this opportunity to provide further details to the House and indeed to the nation regarding the 65,332,446 kwacha and 57,950 US dollars forfeited by Ms. Faith Musonda to the Anti-Corruption Commission, ACC. Madam Speaker, on the basis of the mandate vested in the Minister responsible for finance by the Public Financial Management Act number 1 of 2018 and the Forfeiture of Proceeds Act number 19 of 2010, the Minister of Finance and National Planning issued an instruction to the Anti-Corruption Commission on 25th February 2022, in which the ACC was requested to transfer the forfeited funds into the consolidated account control number 99 for the Zambian kwacha and the United States dollars, respectively, held at the Bank of Zambia. For the purpose of clarity, Madam Speaker, I have here the letter that was written from the Minister of Finance, specifically the Accountant General, to the ACC, giving that particular instruction. Madam Speaker, the House and the public may wish to note that the Anti-Corruption Commission, in line with the request from the Minister of Finance and National Planning, accordingly transferred the forfeited funds on 3rd March 2022 into the consolidated fund, that is Control 99. Madam Speaker, in line with this directive and the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018, under Section 88, which reads, subject to the forfeiture of proceeds of crimes Act number 20, Act 2010, the proceeds from the forfeited assets in favor of the Republic shall constitute general revenues of the Republic and shall be credited to the consolidated fund. The Commission on 3rd March 2022 transferred an amount of 65,332,446 kwacha from their kwacha holding ACC asset forfeiture kwacha holding account at the Bank of Zambia to the Ministry of Finance and National Planning consolidated kwacha account number 00110003703117. That's the main control number 99 account. And here, Madam Speaker, is the statement from the Bank of Zambia that indicates when this money hit the account. It's over here, Madam Speaker. That's the 65 million. Further, an amount of US dollars 57,950 was transferred from ACC asset forfeiture US holding account at Bank of Zambia to Minister of Finance and National Planning dollar account number 00110003711614. That's the main control but US account on 3rd March 2022. Again, Madam Speaker, I have a statement that reflects that entry into the account. The two transfers, therefore, were the funds which were forfeited to the state by Ms. Faith Musonda as per the provision of Section 80 of the Anti-Corruption Commission Act number 20 of 2012. In this regard, the total amount transferred into the kwacha equivalent was 66,368,812 kwacha 21 ngwe. And that is made up of 332,446 kwacha and 1,036,366 kwacha 21 ngwe, which was the equivalent of United States dollars 59,950 dollars at the exchange rate at the time of Zambian kwacha 17.8883 to a US dollar. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education applied for a supplementary provision of 73,172,516 kwacha under a budget line called University Education Provision, which included the total of forfeited funds amounting to 66,368 kwacha 800,812 kwacha 21 ngwe and a 6,803,703 kwacha 79 ngwe, which was provided from the general revenues to meet the supplementary requirement for the Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, for clarity, I have here the transfer of the money to the Ministry of Education that will be laid on the table. Madam Speaker, the supplementary budget was presented to the National Assembly and it was duly approved, and the supplementary appropriation bill in respect of the approved supplementary estimate of expenditure was assented to by the President of the Republic of Zambia on 3rd August 2022. Madam Speaker, I wish to put forward hard copies of documents at transmission transcript for both the funds transferred on the 3rd March 2022 in kwacha and dollar, which are irrefutable proof of transfer of funds to the consolidated fund accounts. Further, I wish to put forward a copy of the approved supplementary for Ministry of Education. In fact, Madam Speaker, the approved supplementary is indicated in this document, which indicates a figure of 73,172,516 kwacha. You can say as many questions as you want, but facts cannot be argued against. And this figure, Madam Speaker, that I've just read out included the forfeited funds amounting to 66,368,812 kwacha 21 ngwe. In line with the Forfeiture of Proceeds of Crime Act 2010 under Section 77, which reads, the Minister may, with approval of the Ministry responsible for finance, in writing approve a program of the expenditure in a particular financial year of money standing to the credit of the fund. Madam Speaker, that is the information that we have clarifying this matter, and I shall lay on the table, Madam Speaker, all the documents that I've referred to in my ministerial statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kalulushi. Please do not debate while seated. Honorable members are now free to ask points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning, the Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to ask the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance this question. I'm waiting for him to settle. Honorable Minister.
The documents have been laid on the table. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the reason why we are here is because there was a report from the Auditor General's office that this amount did not reflect in Control 99. That's the reason why we're here. And I'm sure that the ease with which you're presenting documents to the floor of this House should have been much easier to give the documents to the Auditor General, who would not have been here. So the fact is that the Auditor General assets that money is not in Control 99.
Order. Leader of opposition, please ask a point of clarification. Do not debate.
Honorable Minister, you are now suggesting that there is another Control 99 other than the Control 99 that the Auditor General has access to. Because if it was the same Control 99, he would have seen this money. Why, in your view, did it become so difficult to present those simple documents to the Auditor General and avoid all this? Thank you.
The acting minister, the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member of Parliament from Porokoso, who is also leader of opposition in this House. Madam Speaker, all monies that are due to government are deposited in Control 99, which is the consolidated fund for government at the Bank of Zambia. And I've read the accounts in which these amounts were deposited, and I've shown to the House, and I've laid on the table statements from the Bank of Zambia that indicate when these amounts were deposited. That is the consolidated account, Control 99 for the Kwacha account, and the consolidated account for the dollar account, both of which have now been laid on the table, and the honorable member and the leader of the opposition in Parliament will be free to inspect those accounts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Actually, the documents that have been laid on the table can be accessed by the honorable members through the Publications Department if they want to have a look at the documents. The honorable member for Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, allow me to give a background to my question.
Order, honorable member for Zambezi East, just ask the point of clarification. Do not give background or debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your counsel. Madam Speaker, we saw the members on your left have a field day here in trying to propagate the loss of these 65 million.
Honorable member for Zambezi East. That is not a point of clarification. What's the point of clarification?
The point of clarification I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, just to shorten my question, is now that we have all the facts, and accounts don't lie, to every debit there must be a credit. Now that we have all the facts and the papers here, and these men who had a field day here are seated here, should we actually institute an investigation to check if they are accomplices in this matter, which they have propagated so much? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I really thank the honorable member for raising very pertinent points and also a question. And it gives me an opportunity, Madam Speaker, also to say that sometimes we should focus on real issues. This matter of these forfeited amounts has been widely reported. And as a nation, if you want really to preserve and look after public assets, our focus ought to be how were these amounts found in such unorthodox places, rather than focus on questioning facts and figures that are real. Anyone who wants to see where these funds went, they are free to inspect the accounts at the Bank of Zambia. They are free also to refer to media reports that indicated where this money went and the beneficiaries of this money. Next time, maybe if we are going to work together as a country to look after the resources of this country, we ought to be asking questions as to where these amounts came from. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Order, can we have order? The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Acting Minister of Finance. For me, the people of Kantanshi's concern is that this management letter, which has brought out the findings of the Auditor General's report, the question is the materiality of the amount involved was not captured by the Auditor General, and that's why the management letter has been given to Anti-Corruption Commission. Madam Speaker, my concern is these are two credible institutions, Auditor General, Anti-Corruption Commission, which are supposed to inspire confidence in our country. But with what has been laid on the table as easily as government, why did the Auditor General have difficulties to find this information? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, in my previous life in this House, I was chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and therefore have some understanding of how these audits work and the processes which they follow. We have to be careful that when we have a management letter seeks to get information, to get answers. What I have given to this House right now is information that clearly indicates that money was deposited in Control 99 accounts, which is held at the Bank of Zambia. These amounts are held in the accounts, Control 99 Consolidated Funds account of the ACC held at the Bank of Zambia. If someone went to look in other accounts, because ACC has other accounts, they probably would not have found this money because it was held in the accounts at Control 99. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, you cited the Forfeiture of Proceeds of Crimes Act of 2010 that provides for the confiscation of these kind of proceeds of crime. Now, do we have an act that allows people to keep such huge sums of money or dollars or kwacha in their homes? If we do not have an act, when are we having an act so that we avoid seeing such kind of things exposed in the nation next time? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Solwezi East for that incisive question. Yeah. And the answer is we do not have an act that allows these fantastic sons to be kept in private homes. And that accounts for the fact that as a result of some of these funds being found, there are legal processes, because that was breaking certain laws. And as Zambians, we should really be concerned with how these amounts found themselves in private hands. Because this is the money that belongs to us. When we talk about projects not being completed, all of us in this house, in our constituencies, these are the answers as to where the money went, instead of going to service us in our constituencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, when I worked for the private sector, I had a chance to be audited, as well as when I worked for the Republic of Zambia. What the Minister of Finance has mentioned is clearly what is the procedure that the auditors, when they are auditing you, when they find discrepancies, they'll write to you for you to give them answers. And what seeks to be the issue here is that when the auditors were auditing this 12 money, 65, the procedure is that they should have found it in Control 99, which they did not find. Hence the reason for having written, where is this money that we haven't found here? Honorable Minister, where do you think is a problem between these two institutions, the Auditor General and the Anti-Corruption Commission? What do you think could have happened? Is it that they didn't find the money in the account, and then after querying, then the money was then found, hence the documents you laid? Because quite clearly, the auditors didn't find the money in the account, which now has been found by the evidence laid on the table. What do you think is happening between these two credible institutions? Thank you.
A bit of a challenge with that question, because it's speculative. What does the minister think the problem is between the two institutions? I think it's a very difficult question for anyone to answer, other than to speculate what could be the problem. So I don't, that question is not allowed. There is an indication for a point of order. Honorable Member for Solwezi East, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to our standing order number 65, the minister has not answered my other part of the question. I said, if we do not have an act, when are we seeing the act being...
Order, Honorable Member for Solwezi East. Please do not ask questions through points of order. You ask the question, the minister answered your question, it ends there. You can't challenge him through a point of order. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the beneficiary institution, Minister of Education, wrote to you, and they were asking for 79 million kwacha. And then you gave them, part of the money you gave them is a 65, which had gone into the consolidated account. Since you are claiming that this money went into the consolidated account, how did you know that that actual 65 came from faith, when in fact the money went into the consolidated account? How did you know that part of the 79 million is that particular one which came from faith, when there was a lot of money in the consolidated? There was 22 billion which was passed here. How did you know, Honorable Minister?
The Honorable Member for Kalulushi, my sister, please control yourself. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning might need a graph to show how money moves. May the Honorable Minister educate us.
Madam Speaker, the question from the honorable member for Lunte reminds me of a time when I was a young boy. Because my mother was not educated, when she would send us to the shops to buy, it would be this 5 ingwe is for salt, this, and she gives you 5 ingwe, this 10 ingwe is for this, that 15 ingwe is for this, and so on and so forth. When you have a consolidated account and the money goes in, and you withdraw it, now for you to come and say, no, I want to see where that came from, I want to see, listen, I want to see that at a roadblock, I was fined 100 kwacha. I want to see whether it is in that consolidated account. That is not how the consolidated account works. All we are saying here is the money went into the consolidated account, and to take it out, this parliament, this house, approved a supplementary budget to a certain amount. That is how it works. The reason why the economy failed during your tenure is perhaps because you are working like that. Thank you.
Order, order. I'm glad that what started as an annoying matter, people can now laugh about it. But for people who are lawyers, who have operated clients' account, who understand how these monies are treated. The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make or to put a follow-up question to the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance. Honorable Minister, now that it has been explained clearly how this money arrived and was applied, there is still one question that the people of Zambia would like to know. People of Zambia note that Faith Musonda was granted immunity from prosecution because she had made full disclosure about this 65 million kwacha. And the people of Zambia want to know, in the full disclosure that she made, Honorable Minister, where did she say she got this 65 million from? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honor, I will not attempt to. Oh, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Acting Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Luena for that very good follow-up question. I think the question here is much more related to people making full disclosures, those that want to cooperate with law enforcement officers. When an immunity like this is given, it's usually on account of full disclosure having been given. If subsequently information is gathered that full disclosure was not given, I'm sure law enforcement officers have follow-up actions. And therefore, those who are caught in this web should not complain. In terms of the substantive question, whether during that giving or offering of immunity, sources of money was disclosed, I think I leave that to law enforcement officers, and a separate question can be asked. All we are interested in today's discourse is to show how this money was deposited in various accounts and give evidence of it, which we have laid on the table, and how and where it went, which is the Minister of Education. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Matero. I'm just following the way members have indicated so that I'm not seeing. I'm just balancing where I can, but I'm following. Honorable Member for Matero.
Thank you. Ever thankful, Madam Speaker. Allow me to congratulate the Honorable Member for Mapatizia Honorable Manashvantu. Although she did not invite us, Madam Speaker, she had a big wedding over the weekend. He that finds a husband finds a good thing. So congratulations, Honorable Member.
Honorable Member for Matero, all the honorable members were invited and I was the guest of honor, and I was disappointed to see that most of the honorable members did not attend. So the fault is not for the honorable member Munashavan, member for Mapatizia, but for those honorable members who contributed but did not bother to attend. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam. You represented us well, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Honorable Minister, I've listened to you. What is out there? Perception is everything. What's out there is that the stolen 65 million has been stolen. My question, and I think we are dealing so much with the side effects, not the cause of this particular debate. It's like you have malaria. Instead of taking coartem, we are taking painkillers. The explaining of the deposit, whether it was cash deposit, the Bank of Zambia Control 99 or transfer, is another thing, and too complicated for our people. My question is, the problem here is a management account, as you have said, from the auditor's office, which was meant for the SEC to respond to the number of issues. And then after that, a formal report was supposed to be presented and to come to the public. Now, that communication between Auditor's General Office and the SEC leaked, which is raw data, we've all been told. What Auditor General reports to the Ministry of Finance, your ministry, what is your ministry doing to identify, one, who leaked that raw data to the Zambians? And why? And what have you done about it? Are they trying to get back at the SEC? And if so, why? What have you done to the root cause of this question and this matter of national and public interest? It's big out there. Who leaked that raw data and what have you done about it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Matero. First of all, to recognize the fact that the Honorable Member was a banker who understands issues related to accounts and how they move. Secondly, he was Deputy Minister of Finance in the past. Madam Speaker, but before I continue, first of all, to wish him well in his fights to right that which was not done properly in 2015 in Kabwe. I hope this time round he will succeed. We really wish him well. We need brains like that somewhere in leadership. Madam Speaker, he raises a very important point, which is a worrying point in our time. The use of propaganda, the use of fabricating information and putting it in the public domain. We as a government, New Dawn government, have seen evidence of this, detracting the government from doing that which they should be doing to answer questions in the public domain, which in the main are not real questions. The question he asks is, who is it? Are we aware of those that leaked the information? And he wants us to speculate as to why they're leaking this information. Madam Speaker, what I can say to the Honorable Member for Matero is this is not the only incident where information has been fabricated, information has been leaked. We as government are dealing with these matters, and we expect that when action gets taken, the Honorable Member for Matero and those on his side will support these measures. We cannot run government like this. I think information must be presented which is factual instead of creating propaganda. But oftentimes we have seen this. When you have no substantive issues to raise, which you should be raising if you are opposition, because that is why you are all part of the legislature, to hold government to account. Because this government is performing so well, you have run short of issues to raise, so you resort to propaganda such as what we are seeing here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, there's an indication from the Honorable Member for Lunte for a point of order. What is the point of order?
Madam Speaker, Standing Order number 65 reads, 65(1)A reads, and I quote, a member who is debating shall, 1B, ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister, Acting Minister of Finance and National Development, was on the table tendering a ministerial statement to the nation. Through you, Madam. In his own words, he said, the 65 million kwacha was topped up with another amount to make 79 million, which was then, to make 73 million, which was then transferred to the Ministry of Education. Then I asked him a question. How did he know? Since this money was sitting in the consolidated account. How did he know, Madam Speaker, that the 65 million, the 65 million is part of the 79? The minister then says, you should learn how things work when I'm a chartered accountant. I must learn how things work. Madam Speaker, and he clarifies and says, no, the money came from a consolidated account which had all the money from all sources. In other words, the minister confirms to me that he is unsure whether this 65 million is part of that 73 million. Is he in order to stand on your table here and mislead the nation that actually that 65 million is in the 73 million? I think you are serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
For the honorable members, first of all, earlier I guided that we should not bring up questions through points of order. Because what the honorable member for Lunte is doing now is challenging the honorable minister through a point of order. That is not the correct procedure to proceed. And also, if the honorable member for Lunte has information to confirm or to show that the 65 million was not in the consolidated fund, it's better for the honorable member for Lunte to lay the information on the table. What we have right now is the information given by the honorable minister about how the money was handled. And there is no other information to the contrary. And that's why I'm saying the minister is not out of order because he has just explained the movement of the money. If the honorable member for Lunte has any information contrary to what the honorable acting minister said, it's also up to him to provide the information so that we can now challenge the honorable minister with that information. But without that information, it's very difficult for anybody to say that the honorable acting minister is not being truthful. That's where the challenge is. Maybe you can meet each other somewhere to go and explain, so that he explains in detail what actually happened. The honorable member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, since the auditor's report has been discarded by your office, are we soon seeing a new audit from the Office of the Auditor General? Thank you.
Because the matter has attracted a lot of public interest, I'm adding 10 minutes. The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Chipili, Honorable Paul Chala, for that. But with all honesty, I think it's a totally separate question as to whether government is going to carry out audits. It's the responsibility of government to ensure that we have internal audits in our ministries and spending agencies, as well as the external audit. And the external audit is carried out by the Office of the Auditor General. That mandate will continue as it has always done in the past. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I raised this matter of urgent public importance, I did make reference to the constitution provisions regarding how money is drawn from the consolidated fund. And the procedures are very, very clear. The Honorable Minister has made reference to supplementary estimates that came to this August House to the tune of 78 million kwacha. And on one hand, the public was treated to a dummy check, which was demonstrated by the substantive Minister of Finance as being conveyed directly to the Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, when the supplementary is being considered, there's one hand showing the funds, where they're coming, and the budget line to be supported. And we all know here that you have never had a supplementary budget speaking to 65 million. Unless you don't look at these things when they come here. Supplementary budgets are considered here.
Order, order.
And some of us pay attention
order,
to these things.
Order, order. Order. Honorable Member for Shwangam, just take your seat. Honorable members, let's allow the Honorable Member to ask the question. And the Honorable Minister will answer. So let's not interject in between, because we are just going to cause unnecessary acrimony. May the Honorable Member for Shwangandu continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for your protection. My question to the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance, who is also President of some big party, ADD. Of course, President with a small p. How do you harmonize these positions for the clarity to the members of the public? That damn check which was given as a figure, 65 million, and this 73 million, which was a different supplementary appropriated by this August House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. And I thank the Honorable Member for Shwangandu. First, let me correct him. The Ministry of Education have requirements, and they made an application for a certain amount. They did not make that application stating, we want money from Faith Musonda. Their application, Madam Speaker, to this House through a supplementary supplement here was for 73,172,516. That was not 78 that the Honorable Member for Shawangandu was talking about. He's misleading himself and misleading us. Now, when this application comes to government, the government then looks at what is available. And at the time, what was available was this 66 million, which is the sum total of the 65 plus the $57,000 from Faith Musonda. and they used this to cover the substantial amount of the 73 million kwacha that the Minister of Education wanted. Can I remind, Madam Speaker, can I remind this House that the various acts that I've quoted in terms of the forfeiture of proceeds of crime, those were enacted by the PF government in this House. They should support the implementation. They should support the way that are being used to ensure that their intent in bringing those laws in this House are now being fulfilled. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, order. When we make too much noise, even the questions get lost in the noise. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I must mention, Madam Speaker, I've got the Supplementary Appropriation Act number 7 of 2022. Madam Speaker, I'm not an accountant. I'm just a common man, but I love money. Madam Speaker, when the money was given to the Anti-Corruption Commission in cash, because that money was forfeited in cash, there should be a narration of a deposit slip. When we all go to the bank, Madam Speaker, whether it's a transfer, cash deposit, I'll go home with a deposit slip. Speaking and asking on behalf of the people of Lumezi, Madam Speaker, to speak for a common man out there, in the yellow book, first of all, that 65 million kwacha is not there. Now, Honorable Minister, Acting Minister, the people that were being audited at the Anti-Corruption Commission, there is no narration that has been given to this House to show the Zambian people, especially the people in Lumezi that have poor road network, on how that 65 million was spent. Honorable Minister, why can't you provide us at least a deposit slip for a common man like myself to understand? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before the Honorable Acting Minister comes to answer that question, there is a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Member for Solo? Is it
Zambezi East.
Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order. Pursuant to Standing Order number 65, I think A, relevance of our debates, which include questions. Is this House in order, Madam Speaker, to go on winding around a topic with a lot of rhetorics, especially around this 65 million, by trying to bring in jargon of how much was put in, the deposit slips and the like, even when we have papers put on the table for any member to verify, because we keep on asking same questions just to extend the debate. Are we in order to continue on this trajectory, following the question raised by the Honorable Member for Lumezi? Is he in order to be allowed to continue on that trajectory? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling.
Thank you. Order, order. My sister from Karurush. Honorable members, this issue of 65 million was raised. People were saying they didn't know how the money was moved, whether it was deposited. So the Honorable Member for Lumezi is in order. Maybe he wasn't listening. Maybe he didn't get it clear when the minister was explaining. So maybe the Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning can again just remind the Honorable Member for Lumezi whether the deposit slip was obtained or how the money was deposited. The Honorable Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Lumezi for raising that question. He opened his question by saying he loves money. I might well remind him that the love of money is the cause of evil. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I'll give a chronology of how these matters evolved so that it will give an understanding of exactly what happened, and it might even provide some element of an answer as to where the anti-corruption and the Auditor General were looking. Madam Speaker, on the 6th December 2021, ACC transferred an amount of 65,333,046 kwacha from Zanaco account to ACC asset forfeiture kwacha holding account at Bank of Zambia. Came from Zanaco. On the following day, on the 7th December 2021, ACC transferred the $57,950 from Zanaco dollar account to the ACC asset forfeiture US dollar account Bank of Zambia. Because the statement I gave indicated the money coming from the forfeiture accounts held by ACC at Control 99. Now I've gone one stage before that, which is coming from there. So if you are looking for where ACC deposited this money, go to Zanaco. On the 3rd March, ACC then transferred this money, the 65 million, from the ACC asset forfeiture kwacha holding account at the Bank of Zambia to the kwacha consolidated fund, that is Control 99 at the Bank of Zambia. So yes, because he was right in saying that it was cash that was forfeited, deposited in Zanaco. Okay. On the 3rd of March, the other amount in dollars was transferred from the Bank of Zambia ACC account to the consolidated fund. And on the 15th of March, Ministry of Education applies for supplementary provision amounting to the amount I talked about, 73 million, under the university education provision, of which, when we made that up, because we had to make up the 73, 66 came from this forfeited amount and the rest from the rest of our government accounts. On 3rd August 2022, an appropriation act was signed by His Excellency the President of Zambia on 3rd August. That supplementary budget having been approved by this House. Maybe that's the time when you should have asked where the money is coming from when you are approving this supplementary budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that account of what transpired. But what I believe the Honorable Member for Lumezi wanted to know was the deposit slip. I think this is order. This is supposed to have been exhibited by the people from the Anti-Corruption Commission to show that indeed the cash was deposited in an account. I think that's what he wanted. So I don't know how that deposit slip, I don't know, Honorable Acting Minister, is it possible to bring that deposit slip so that we close this matter?
Madam Speaker, unlike certain governments that were there before us, we are transparent, we are a government of integrity. If this House, Madam Speaker, wants extra information, this government will be ready to provide it. The original question dealt with where the money went, and we have answered that. We have answered that fully, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those answers. And I think it will be appreciated if the deposit slip is availed so that the members can have a look at it and we close this matter once and for all. Now, for purposes of guidance, honorable members, in the manner in which Parliament discharges its responsibilities, issues relating to the Auditor General, we know that Parliament works through committees. So that issue of the Auditor General, after it was processed by the Auditor General, if there was any audit query, it should have gone to the Committee on Public Accounts. But now what we did as Parliament was we preempted the work of the Public Accounts Committee and the Auditor General by jumping on a matter which was not our responsibility. If we had waited for the matter to follow its course, we would have known exactly what happened. So next time, honorable members, let's remember that Parliament also works through committees. Let's not rush matters to the plenary when we don't have sufficient information. If we have sufficient information, it's justifiable. But when we don't have information, we are just fishing, for lack of a better word. I think we should restrain ourselves jumping in matters of that nature. Thank you very much for that. We can go to the next question for oral answer. Question for oral. I think he did a very good job. Being an acting minister, he did a very good job. Yeah. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 76. The Honorable Member from Pika. Is it? The question will be asked by the Honorable Member for Nakonde by prior arrangement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the good people of Mpika, question number 283.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Pika, Honorable Kapchanga, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. A, whether the government is aware that there are foreign nationals with firearms that are illegally mining gold in Pika parliamentary constituency, thereby posing security risk to the local people. And B, if so, what urgent measures are being undertaken to rid the area of the foreign nationals and ensure the safety and security of the residents? Madam Speaker, our response. In responding to the questions asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament, I wish to state as follows. A, government is not aware of foreign nationals with firearms that are illegally mining gold in Pika parliamentary constituency. Government is, however, aware of the report of a man who went to the mining site with a firearm and intimidated people after alleging that he was a son to the area chief in Pika district. The man has since been identified and police are actively investigating the matter. B, the House may wish to note that there are a lot of citizens, including foreign nationals, visiting the mining site, and government has taken the following urgent measures to rid the area of illegal foreign nationals and ensure that the safety and security of the residents are guaranteed. One, establishment of a checkpoint on the main way to the site to ensure that all illegal foreign nationals attempting to access the area are intercepted. So far, this has been effective as a number of them have been arrested and removed from the country. Two, conducting joint security patrols in the area, and 3, conducting security sensitizations to the local people. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the responses from the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. And I would like to declare interest, Madam Speaker, to the extent that this area where there is some kind of gold rush is right between Mpika and Shwangandu district. So both areas are quite affected. Honorable Minister, what is happening is that these suspected foreign nationals are going to come in those areas with huge sums of money for them to buy. And in protecting themselves, that's where now they are coming in with these illegal firearms, which are now posing a threat to our locals there. Apart from the measures you have shared with this August House, are you considering collaborating with the Minister of Mines to first of all go and comb the area, sweep it off all these people that have gone to do illegal activities in there, and then do a structured approach which probably can consider the cooperatives of the locals and being guided by the Minister of Mines? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleagues, my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, for the questions posed. I would not want to delve into the security arrangements because we may be alerting the illegal miners in those areas. But I can confirm that there is an exercise that is being undertaken in conjunction with the Minister of Mines to ensure that the area is rid of all the illegal miners, including Zambians, and that we shall put a process wherein Zambians, I repeat, only Zambians will be allowed to have artisanal mine licenses in those areas. I'm aware that there's gold rush in Mpika, Shiwangandu, Chinsali, and other surrounding areas. We are aware of those activities. But we shall put in measures that will ensure that our people are protected and are given the rights to mine in those specific areas.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, I wanted to find out why government hasn't held any stakeholders meeting in the province for the situation of the mine and to pave a way forward and how people are going to be mining in Mpika. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, that is outside the ambits of my ministry. My ministry is there to provide security. How the mines will be managed in that particular area is the responsibility of the Minister of Mines.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is almost similar to the one by Honorable Member for Nakonde. I also wanted to find out, Honorable Minister, if government has got any long-term plans to make sure that all Zambians benefit from these recently discovered minerals. I think it's very important for us to know. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure the answer will be the same. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I'm aware that my colleague, the Minister of Mines, came to this August House and made a ministerial statement to the effect that artisanal mine licenses will only be given to Zambians. Any other person will not be accorded an opportunity to mine these precious stones that are existing in our areas.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to find out from the Minister, arising from his statement, that they are aware that a person went to threaten the miners with a firearm, and that person has not yet been arrested, but they are doing investigations. Minister, why is the police taking long to arrest the person who committed an offense by going with a firearm to threaten the miners? I think.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, we are not taking long. We have investigated and identified this particular individual, and we are looking for him.
So he's still being looked for. Not yet found. The Honorable Member for Kankoyo, like some similar instances where people have disappeared. Or the lighter note.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister of Home Affairs, maybe what is causing these security concerns around these precious minerals is that the time we are taking as the government to actualize them so that they can benefit the people. I can give an example of in Kankoyo, we have got one of the richest black mountain with cobalt worth 16 billion kwacha and the copper 10 billion kwacha, 26 billion kwacha, sitting just next to the people who don't have jobs and they're hungry. So this brings pressure for those communities around them to break the law and start going over. So is the delayment in actualizing these mines causing these security concerns? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, these questions are being raised to me, and I will not be in a position to respond because I don't have the jurisdiction to determine how mining processes will be carried out in this country. If any one of my colleagues would like to have an answer, let them pose the question to the Minister of Mines.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm sure with the gold rush that is happening in Impika and a lot of sums of money going there, there is likely to be high levels of crime. And these crimes can not only be fought by the police alone. Is your ministry considering engaging also traditional leaders within the same areas of jurisdiction and work with them to provide you with information on how you can intensify security to protect the people from these people who are coming with firearms? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are engaging every leader in the community, including traditional leaders, to ensure that there is peace and tranquility in these areas where minerals are being mined.
Thank you. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for permitting the good people of Mukushi to ask question 284.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MP from Kushi North is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation the question in 5 parts as follows: whether government has any plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mkushi Township, in Mkushi North Parliamentary Constituency. B, if so, when the project will commence. C, what the estimated cost of the project is. D, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project. And E, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. A, yes, government has plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mkoshi district, which encompasses Mkoshi North parliamentary constituency. B, the implementation of the project will commence once funds are sourced. C, the estimated cost of the project will only be determined at the time of procurement. D, the works are expected to be completed in 2 years after the start of the project. And Madam Speaker, as indicated, government has plans to construct a modern treatment plant in Mkoshi. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mkushi North.
Thank you, Minister, for the responses you have given us. My question would be, when do you think you are going to actualize that conceptual plan, which is sitting in your office, I suppose, which was developed by Mukushi, so that we can have expanded network for the water reticulation in the district?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament from Kushi for that supplementary question. I think the question is when. I think I answered it. I said that as soon as we mobilize the resources, we'll be able to implement this plan to construct the modern treatment plant. Madam Speaker, like in many parts of the country, my ministry is mobilizing resources through the budgetary allocations, but also working with our cooperating partners to implement various water supply interventions. So from Kusha, as soon as we mobilize the resources, we'll be able to implement those plans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mkushi North.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those answers. But Madam Speaker, Mukushi North constituency and indeed Mukushi district depends on surface water. In 2006, there were, I think, attempts to obstruct groundwater, which has failed since then. Now, right now as we speak, Mukushi township has no water. What are the immediate measures that you are going to put as a ministry to eradicate and indeed to at least cushion the challenges that the Mukushi township is actually facing? Because there have been hospitals are running without water. We have no water right now. For the past 3-4 months, Mukushi has no water. So what immediate measures are you going to employ to actually help the people of Mukushi?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam
Order.
Speaker.
As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
You are still watching live debates on Parliament television, and on the floor of the House being considered is a question posed by Mkushi North Member of Parliament, Mr. Chibuye, and this is a question posed to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation on whether government has any plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mkushi Township and the Mkushi North parliamentary constituency. So the House has taken a 20 minutes health break, and business will continue after 17 hours. Matimba, we look at what has been discussed on the floor of the House so far.
Yes, Pauline, there were two ministerial statements. In the first statement, Madam Speaker permitted the Minister of Tourism, Honorable Skumba, to render a ministerial statement on the effectiveness of measures being taken to reduce human-animal conflict countrywide.
And the other ministerial statement was rendered by the Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning, and this was on the forfeited 65 million from Ms. Faith Musonda by the Anti-Corruption Commission, and how the money has been, the surrendered money has been disbursed. So these are the two ministerial statements that were considered on the floor of the House. And so far, the House has also considered one question for oral answer understanding Order 76 that came from Bika Central Member of Parliament. And the business continues after the break.
Yes, and so we'll be giving you details of these and others when we come back after the break. For now, we're going to break. Remember, Business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
My name is Charles Abel Mlenga, born 59 years away. I went to school in the early 70s at Kampemba Primary School. That was in 1971, where I did my grade 1 up to grade 7. And then later on went to do my secondary education in Northern Province at Mbala Secondary, where I completed in 1983. After that, I went to PTC Training College. Now it's called the Zambia Telecommunication Company Training College, where I did my accounts. That time it was ZADEC. After leaving that school, I went to do my advanced certificate in marketing at CBU, and later on I went to do my diploma course in business administration at the University of Zambia. I'm married and I've got 5 children. Soon after I finished my education, I was employed by Zambia Postal Services Corporation, where I worked for a period of about 15 years. I was working in an international department for parcels, where I rose up to the position of superintendent parcels. After retiring, I was engaged into various entrepreneur activities as a businessman up until I decided to join politics about 12 years ago. And when the UPND wanted a candidate to stand on parliamentary ticket for Kwacha. Kwacha constituency is a vast constituency, and I may segment it into 2 sectors. There is the urban sector as well as the peri-urban sector. The peri-urban sector, that is the area across Kafue River in a place called the Chantete Ward, which is quite vast and it has a lot of arable land. The other side of the constituents across on the other side of Kwacha constituents, it has 6 wards, which is more peri-urban, rather urban setup. And these are Kwacha constituents, Kwacha ward, Bulangirilo ward, Ipusukilo ward, Riverside ward, Musonda ward, and Luwa ward. These constituencies have a larger population. As you are aware, these are wards that are predominantly on the copper belt. And we have a lot of people that have settled in these wards, 7 of them. So obviously, with an increased population, we expect people to have a lot of needs. Needs to do with water, needs to do with good roads, needs to do with education, as well as health facilities, including security in terms of policing of the area mentioned. So as the area member of parliament, I've got a huge task lying ahead of me to ensure that this population, which is almost close to 200,000 or beyond that, they need to be serviced, by this government through concerted effort. My office, the office surrounding governance system, DC, and many other offices. But speaking specifically for my office, I have a challenge, especially to do the road network. The Kwacha requires the infrastructure in terms of good roads. The roads that are currently there, they are in dilapidated state. And if we talk of across, as I mentioned, Chantete, this is an area that has lagged behind in terms of development. There are no roads, and us as the responsible government, the UPND government, would like to ensure that we first and foremost work on the roads. Because once we open up the roads, then we are assured that development will start trickling in. So as a matter of urgency and as a matter of importance, we have prioritized road networks in my constituents, that we start working on the roads. And ideally what we've done is to first and foremost procure earth-moving equipment, so that once we have our own equipment, then it will be much easier for us to engage into road works and road constructions in my area. Then secondly, we are looking at water. It's a vast area, as I've mentioned, and part of my constituents, which is across Kafue River, they don't have services that are provided by Nkana Water and Sewerage, which is a company that provides water in Kitwe. So the challenge that I have is to ensure that we put quite a number of boreholes in this vast area, because the creating of a company that can start giving clean water to this vast area, it may take a bit of some time, because these are big undertakings, capital projects that will require a lot of resources. So in absence of that, we want to move in and start providing clean drinking water through provision of boreholes in that part of my constituency. We are looking at many areas with increased development in CDF. Number one, what we want to do is to ensure that schools that are missing, especially in Chantede, you realize that I'm emphasizing on Chantete because this is one area that has been neglected. It's a vast area, it has nothing completely. So we want part of a larger chunk of CDF, increased allocation of this CDF, to go towards the creation of schools, putting up of schools, both primary and secondary, including tertiary, if more finances can allow us, so that as many of our children as possible can actually access education. And secondly, we also want to put up health facilities in our area, looking at the increment in population in my constituents. A lot of people would want to have access of medical facilities. And if you look at medical facilities, the clinics that we have, A lot of people cannot access certain services. For instance, maternity. We have people that are accessing maternity services from my area going into other constituencies, like in Kana. So with this increased allocation of CDF, I think it is going to help us to ensure that these facilities, like health facilities, which we do not have in our wards, most of these wards, we are going to put up those clinics. And apart from that, those health health posts that we have, the clinics, we are going to make sure that we expand them. There's a clinic in Riverside which is offering health services to quite a number of people. So this is going to be considered to be expanded, you know, to level 1 clinic, so that we can accommodate, you know, in an environment that will be able to satisfy the people that are frequenting this particular clinic to go and get medical attention. And in any other areas where we have these clinics, we are going to make sure that we expand them, you know, and include services that are not there, like maternity especially. Areas like Bulangililo Clinic, areas like Kwacha Clinic, these are going to be expanded so that we can, you know, accommodate as many people as possible to go and access medical attention. Other than that, we want to make sure that we support our communities, especially the youths and women, in terms of empowerment programs. Empowering our youths, empowering the women, it will reduce, of course, the tension. It will reduce, of course, the burden on the government. Because ideally right now, things may not sound well in terms of economic activities. We are looking at the mines right now. The mines are not doing well. So if at all we empower our youths through various programs, they are going to ensure that they start engaging themselves in active arrangements which will keep them busy, and at the same time it will motivate them and also ensure that they start getting something out of what they will be doing. So empowerment programs, which is part of the CDF funding, there's a component there about 5 million which should go towards the youths, ensuring that they are given skills. You know, we train them, we give them skills. Once they are done with these skills, they will be able to engage into productive ventures. Also women, there's another component for women where we are allocating 5 million to be able to help them in various ventures. They can start small businesses, for instance, out of the money that they can request from CDF funding. Once they start, you know, participating in various business ventures, you will find that as a woman, once you give a woman, you empower the household. So that way it will reduce, you know, pressure in most households in Kwacha constituency. So as a member of parliament, I would like to have these issues to be addressed so that the Kwacha that I found, I should leave it at a better, you know, level, at a better stage. And I want to work extremely hard, that we not only train the youths of Kwacha through skills development, but we also ensure that they are given opportunities once they are trained to go and work in other sectors what the government is going to create in terms of employment opportunities. And once they start, you know, working in these in various fields, after they have attained their skills, of course, the levels of poverty that we may be currently having in the constituency, it will actually reduce tremendously. There's a lot that we want to do, but we can only do this if at all we are united, because in unity there is diverse, and once we start working together as a team, we are going to achieve a lot. And once we achieve a lot, there's credit obviously for all of us. The people out there, they will benefit from the development that will come. And even the government, it is going to benefit positively, because that will increase the revenue base from the monies that will be coming, from activities on the ground there. The government will also benefit in terms of revenue correction from those activities. So once again, it's an appeal to everyone in Kwacha constituency. Let us put political divergent views away and concentrate on developing Kwacha.
Good afternoon. You're still tuned in to Parliament Television. At the time business was interrupted, on the floor of the House was the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation about to answer to a supplementary question on a question that has been raised by Mukushi North Member of Parliament, Mr. Chiuye, who wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mukushi Township, in Mukushi North Parliamentary Constituency, and in B, if so, when the project will commence, and in C, what the estimated cost of the project is, and in D, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is, and in E, if there are no such plans, why?
Yes, Matimba, and there was also another question that was considered on the floor of the House, Understanding Order 76, and this came from Pika Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Francis Kapyanga, and he posed the question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. In the first part of the question, he wanted to know whether government is aware that there are foreign nationals with firearms that are illegally mining gold in Mpika parliamentary constituency, thereby posing a security risk to the local people, and if so, what measures are being taken to rid the area of the foreign nationals and ensure the safety and security of the residents.
And still to come on the order paper, we have 3 more questions that are coming up for considerations. This is a question for oral answer, Understanding Order 74. Question number 285, which will come from Magoe Member of Parliament, Mr. Malambo, and he's posing his question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a police post in Magoe Parliamentary Constituency, and in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why?
And Mr. Munie Zulu Lumezi, Member of Parliament, wants to find out from the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation whether government has any plans to construct dams in the following wards in Lumezi Parliamentary Constituency, and these areas are Kamimba, Diwach, Tombwa, and Wachitanga. And just now, don't seem to have a quorum. Matimbas. Members of Parliament are still coming in after the break, and debates will continue as soon as a quorum has been constituted.
Yes, Pauline, and under consideration is question number 284 that has been posed by Mukushi North Member of Parliament, Mr. Chiuye, who posed the question to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, and he wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mukushi Township in Mukushi North Parliamentary Constituency, and in B, if so, when the project will commence, and in C, what the estimated cost of the project is, and in D, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is, and in C, if there are no such plans, why?
And we have 2 motions that are yet to be considered by the House, and one of the motion is a report on the Committee of Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, and also a committee report on the Zambian delegation to the 13th ordinary session of the Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region held in Juba, South Sudan from 27th March to 1st April 2023. So these items are yet to be considered by the House as soon as business of the House resumes.
Order.
So we go back to the floor of the House.
When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 284 on the order paper, asked by the Honorable Member for Mukushi North, and the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation was about to start answering a follow-up question that was asked by the Honorable Member for Mukushi North. May the Honorable Minister continue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform the Member of Parliament from Koshi that we are taking various interventions to improve water supply in various parts of the country, including Mkoshi. But as to the problem, which he has now brought to the fore, that in Mkoshi there's no water even in hospitals, Madam Speaker, I've taken note, though I would have appreciated if the MP had written to the ministry to bring to the fore the current situation in that constituency, so that then our officers, our engineers could undertake an assessment and then provide a solution, an immediate solution to address that situation. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I wish to ask the Member of Parliament that he could write to us to tell us the severity of the problem and also point out the areas I think we really appreciate, and then within the shortest possible time, we can look at emergent solutions to provide a relief to our people in Mkoshi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, could you kindly assure the people of Mukushi North as when the funds will be available? Because you have heard that there is no water in the hospitals and in schools and elsewhere. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Isoka for that question. Ministry mainly relies upon budgetary allocations from Ministry of Finance and disbursements from the Treasury. If I was to stand here and give a time frame when the money will be provided for this project, I'll be making a government assurance, and if that delivery is not made, I'll be in breach. So my answer still stands that we are working on mobilizing resources to address the situation in Mkoshi, but not only in Mkoshi, in also other various parts of the country. So as and when the resources are provided, we'll be able to attend to that problem. But in terms of the emergency nature of the problem in Mkoshi, I have advised that we'll engage each other with the Member of Parliament through an official letter, and then we can see what emergent solutions we can come up with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think that is a very good suggestion, because this question actually, it falls under the ordinary question when the situation on the ground is urgent. So maybe the Honorable Member for Mukushi North, please, you should always liaise with the ministries concerned, especially when the situation is so urgent. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate the responses coming from the Minister regarding the question which was posed by the Honorable MP for Chama North. And I'm sure when, from Kush North, sorry that. And I think the time he was posing this question, the situation was normal. And the Honorable Minister, you have got district commissioners, you have got the provincial ministry to verify. This crisis now, which the Minister, the Honorable MP has brought to attention, and it may require urgent attention, because if you have to wait for him to write, he has already brought this matter to your attention. What will be your response? I think that will be the most important thing for our people in Mukushi who are grappling with this crisis as it stands now, in order for them, and you know water is life. You expect a lot of spiral effects on account of not having water, diseases and all that. What are you assuring the people of Mukushi insofar as your interventions are going to be now that you have been made aware of the crisis as it obtains now? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Shwangandu for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, the people of Mkushi elected their representative, the Member of Parliament, and through their representative, I've asked that we engage each other, either through a formal letter or further having a discussion in terms of me appreciating the gravity of the situation in Mkushi, but also this issue will need the technical input in terms of what solutions we are going to provide. And this is why I have engineers, I have officers at the ministry who, once this issue is formally, the way it has been brought up now, but if it's added with a letter or the MP coming to sit down with us at the ministry, we'll be able now to get some technical inputs from the ministry and provide a solution. It doesn't have to take weeks or months. I think we can engage each other with the MP further, and then from there, only then can I come and make the assurances that the MP for Shwangandu is asking for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let me commend the Minister. He's one of the ministers who is very attentive, and equally in my case as Ron constituents, we do face such challenges. And I want to commend him for attending to issues as they come promptly. Minister, you have indicated that you engage the Honourable Member of Parliament from Kushi to see the way forward. Meanwhile, Honourable Minister, there are issues of lack of water in the institutions that he has outlined. Are you able to advise my counterpart to fall on the CDF DMMU component to either quickly do as an emergency case, do some boreholes in institutions like the hospitals and maybe schools as we wait for your ministry to normalize the flow of water, other than just waiting for when funds are available. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank my brother, the MP for Ron, for that question and for the compliments therein. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't immediately say that I would advise the MP to fall on the contingency, emergency contingency funds under CDF, which, as you know, are amounting to only about 5%. But then we need first to establish the magnitude of the problem and how much it will cost to resolve that problem. If I just came up here and say, can you fall on the CDF, even before defining the problem and the solutions that would address this problem, I would be just shooting in the air. First, I would want to know the problem, how much money do we require to resolve that problem. Then we can advise whether they could seek some relief from CDF, because by then the cost will have been established towards that problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me declare interest. I have a home also in Mukushi. I just want to ask the minister, because the situation of not having water has been going on for some time. So I just want to ask the minister if he can also instruct Lukanga Water to stop giving us those bills. We are receiving bills when we are not even having water. Is his ministry going to liaise with Lukanga Water and Storage to stop issuing the people of Mukushi those bills? Because we are not having the service. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Chiengi for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me pick it up from the fact that she has admitted that and confirmed that the problem of water has been there for a long time. And this is why this government, 1 year, 7 months in government, is doing everything possible, Madam Speaker, to mobilize resources to respond to these problems, to also mobilize resources to finish off various projects on which so much money was borrowed and these projects were not finished, not only in Mkushi, but in various parts of the country. And I want to assure this House, Madam Speaker, that towards the end of this year, we'll be commissioning a lot of projects on which we have pumped in substantial amounts of money. This is in order to improve the water supply and also to improve the sanitation services in the various parts in the constituencies. As for Mkushi, like I said, I will not make an assurance here in terms of when we are going to do the works, because this is dependent on the availability of resources. Before you entered the House, Madam Honorable Member for Chiengi, I gave a response that we are mobilizing resources. As and when we secure resources, from Mkushi will be able to provide a water treatment plant so that we can improve the water supply in that area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last two, the Honorable Member for Katombola and the Honorable Member for Kantanshi. In that order, the Honorable Member for Katombola.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Katombola constituency. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your robust responses. Just, would you advise the Honorable Member for Mukushi North, Honorable Minister, to maybe apply to the way they did it on the Faith Musonda money, so that the money that can be recovered from the Financial and the Economic Crimes Court can be used, the money that the government is currently recovering from the routers. Would you consider to advise that if that they had put up such a letter, such money can be assisted? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. Honorable Minister, maybe as you answer that question, is it possible you can also answer what the Honorable Member for Chieng had asked about the bills? You can proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the guidance. I realized later I omitted that part. Madam Speaker, no, I will not advise Lukanga to stop bidding, because those are matters between a client and the company providing the services. Secondly, we must also appreciate that the clients are either metered And in a case where they are metered, they are being billed based on consumption. What that means is that on a particular day, when there is no supply, maybe on account of not having water or a breakdown on the system or not having power to pump the water, it means that the meters also are not billing. The other system is that the customer could be on fixed. And if you are on fixed, whether there is water 24 hours or there is no water at a particular time, the contract that you entered as a client with a utility company is that they'll supply you water on fixed basis. So I think to call upon me to go and say suspend the bills when the clients entered into a contract either by fixed supply or metered supply, I think will be unfair to the utility companies that are also incurring a lot of cost, energy cost, chemicals to treat this water. Madam Speaker, water business is not cheap business. It's very expensive to pump this water, to produce this water, and eventually supply it to the end user. However, those clients who completely don't receive supply can write to the CU, Lukanga in this case, and if they don't get any support, they should be free through their member of parliament to write to us, and then we can use the National Water Supply and Sanitation Council, NWASCO, which is the regulator, to investigate that matter and provide guidance. So let those who completely don't have supply in Mkushi indicate to us and for how long that problem has been, then we can see how we can resolve that issue. As regards to the very good question from Honorable Ndeleki, MP for Katombola, Madam Speaker, would want all the monies that are being recovered from those who looted to be applied to help improve the livelihood of our people. And we want to commend this government for having applied the first bunch. And we know that there's so much money out there in homes. To get this money, we are happy that this money was applied to ministry. We are happy.
Order, Honorable Member for Kalulushi, I didn't give you the floor. Just indicate I'll be able to see you. Because now the minister was disturbed before I could give you the floor. The Honorable Minister, you can continue because there were 2 points of order. I'm going to attend to one of you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was growing up, my grandfather told me one thing: when you see people reacting like that, then you know that it has hit them where it matters most.
Order, Honorable
Madam
Minister.
Speaker, we want...
Order, Honorable Minister. There is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Kalulushi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll use standing order number 65. It's the Honorable Minister of Water who's not supplying water to the whole of this country, busy accusing perceived looters that they have money in their homes, when the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs is seated there relaxed, when he had a customer a few hours ago who could not produce a POP over the perceived 65 million. The minister could not produce a POP.
Order.
When the customer is there, is he in order, Madam Speaker?
Honorable Member, please don't shout. Don't shout. My guide is Honorable Member for Kalulushi. I think there was a directive by the Honorable Madam Speaker that asked the Minister to produce those documents that you are talking about. So I don't think what you are saying is correct, and therefore, Madam, you are out of order, because there was a clear directive by the Honorable Madam Speaker. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like they say that imbira ya mushitaba yasukira. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, please, we are using English in this house. And let's try not to be so political, because this issue is a bit straightforward. The people of Mukushi North, actually, they need water. So I think they deserve to get a very good answer so that they can know how to adjust their lives, because the honorable member for Mukushi North has actually indicated that this is an old problem. So let's try as much as possible to avoid bringing in so much politics, especially when it's this issue of a serious nature. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I value your guidance. Madam Speaker, the people of Katombora have asked a very good supplementary question, and I was about to say that, Madam Speaker, it's the desire of this government to ensure that all the monies that are being recovered from those who looted, not perceived looters, but those who looted, because the evidence is overwhelming of several thousands of dollars, millions of kwacha being kept in people's homes. So that, Madam Speaker, is not a perception.
Order.
And my point is...
Order. Order, Honorable Member for Kalurushi, please, let's maintain order. If you feel the minister has breached the standing order, please just indicate instead of shouting, because we are in the house. There's supposed to be order in the house. I had given you an opportunity to raise a point of order, which you did. I'm going to call upon the honorable member for Shiwangandu. You have another point of order after that guide?
Madam Speaker, there was a response just after you guided. And I'm citing Standing Order 65, 1B, relevance of content of speech, that a member who is debating shall ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable. The Honorable Minister, in responding to my dear colleague in whom I'm so pleased, the former committed member of the PF, Honorable MP for Katombora, he,
a former PF member, who we drink with.
He has opted to veer off from the very important question raised by the Honorable MP from Kushi. Resources that go to government expenditure are appropriated by this August House. I don't know when the Honorable Minister for Water became Minister of Home Affairs to start misleading this House that there are some houses which are full of dollars and money, and he has got no proof to lay on this August House. Madam Speaker, what ministers say are policy statements. Maybe they are yet to do an orientation.
The honorable member for Shiwangandu.
Is the honorable minister for water in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead this August House by insinuating that there are some houses that are full of dollars and money, when he can't ask the Minister of Home Affairs to go and fetch and bring evidence on the table? Is it in order, Madam Speaker, to continue like that?
Order, honorable member for Shiwangandu, are you done with
On a serious note, Madam Speaker, is the honorable minister in order to start making insinuations which he can't prove as in accordance with Standing Order 65, 1B. I seek your serious guidance.
Thank you so much. I've listened to your point of order. And in fact, we are now moving away from the question that the honorable member for Mukushi is anxiously waiting to find solutions because he has to provide an answer or some information feedback to his people. But here we are now trying to move the other way around. It won't help our people. So for that one, I'm going to reserve my ruling so that we move forward. I'm going to allow the last member to ask the question without interjections. The honorable member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your responses. Madam Speaker, I want to take advantage of the question for Mukushi because I think most members of Parliament here, including myself, seems to have a problem with water. And I know that on many occasions I've shared my concerns with the Minister of Water that in Kantanshi we are struggling. I think now we have one area for 2 months they haven't received any water. I wanted to find out from you, sir, is your ministry, considering the amount of complaints or the amount of concerns that you are receiving, is your ministry considering maybe forming maybe a task force that will try and check in all these water utility companies what is happening, what sort of innovation can they provide in a time, let's say in Kantanshi right now there's a water reticulation program going on which is supposed to be 24 months. In the meantime, how do we respond to water needs for the people? Is your ministry thinking in those lines, since you are the one looking after all these water utility companies? I thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before the honorable minister responds to that question, the honorable member for Shiwangandu, you had called the honorable minister Vaiche children. Is it possible that you can withdraw for the purpose of clean records?
Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Minister can equally withdraw the reference to other members as thieves who are not here, I'll gladly withdraw mine. But it's important that the Honourable Minister also is made to clear the record. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It's because I might have missed what the Honourable Minister said, but for the sake of what I heard, please just withdraw. If you've got a complaint, you can raise a point of order. It will be attended to.
Madam, the fact that I've brought it to attention that there were utterances from the Honourable Minister to the effect that they were thieves and looters.
Yes.
If you will be made to withdraw, I've got no objection to withdraw that jest in terms of Avaiche Vasambiri Renchito. I withdraw.
Thank you so much. I think according to procedure, Honourable Member, you've got the right to raise a matter, especially when you are not happy. It will be attended to. Instead of now putting the presiding officer in a very awkward position. Because now the way your group is looking at me, it's like I'm favoring the people on the right. But meanwhile, you've got space, you've got room to raise all the point of order. Like I indicated, I said I didn't hear. What I heard was what you had brought out. So let's not try to compare. I think our standing orders are straightforward. If you are not happy, if there was a breach, just indicate and bring it out. It's straightforward. Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I know that you have ruled on this matter, but just to set the record straight, I never called anyone thieves. specifically, but I said I'm answering a question here which I did not even finish to answer. The MP for Katombola asked, would you want your ministry, would you advise that it should benefit in the manner that the Ministry of Education benefited from the resources that were recovered from those who looted? And that was the question I was responding to. So I don't know at what stage I called people thieves. I'm not in the habit of doing that. Madam Speaker, allow me to proceed in taking the two questions. Yes, my ministry would be very happy to benefit from the monies that are being recovered from those who looted. And if there are any who participated in the looting, they can get upset, but the fact still remains that Zambians are looking forward.
Order. Order, honorable members. I don't think we are going to make progress. The honorable minister, I think I had deliberately skipped the question by the honorable member for Katombola because there was so much noise in the house. So the question that you are supposed to respond at this moment is the question that has been raised by the honorable member for Kantanshi. Then we make progress, we move forward. Don't go back to the question for the honorable member for Katombola. Can you wind up your answer for the honorable member for Katombola, the honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation? Kantanshi, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll proceed as guided because obviously answering his question is obviously injuring certain people. Madam Speaker, the question from my brother, the MP for Kantanshi, yes, the ministry from time to time checks what's happening in the districts. In fact, I want to confirm that in the provinces we have officers positioned in the various provinces who update the ministry on the water situations, on the water challenges. Madam Speaker, yes, the water supply challenges as well as sanitation challenges are huge in the various districts because for a long time there was low investment in the water sector. It's only now, under the leadership, the able leadership of His Excellency the President, that this sector has been given a lot of attention. And I want to assure the MP for Kantashi, whom I must confirm that from time to time, he has been engaging me, he has been engaging our ministry to try and address the problems in Kantanshi constituency. I want to assure him that while we are not considering forming a task force to be going around, this ministry is ably represented on the ground by the officers we have put there. But also, other than those officers, throughout the country, Madam Speaker, we are represented by the 11 commercial utilities who brief us from time to time on the challenges. The only problem is that for many years, we did not invest in the water infrastructure while the population was growing. As the population is growing, new challenges to do with water supply are coming in while there was low investment. But I want to assure this House that with the commitment, with the attention that this sector is receiving from the highest office of the land and also from this executive, we shall do everything possible to ensure that we provide reasonable resources to respond to the various challenges in the various districts. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that as we are working on our annual plan for 2024, I have already directed my ministry to write to the clerk's office so that through your office, Madam Speaker, we can inform the members of Parliament to propose or to inform us of the various challenges in their constituencies, so that through what they are going to submit, we can also incorporate some of the issues in the various constituencies, various districts in the 2024 annual plan. And that letter will be coming. I hope that the MPs will be very quick to respond, so that we want, before the end of the year, we must finalize the input, the collection of the input, so that by the time we are receiving the budget, we are approving the budget, we can also align our annual plan in line with what will be allocated to the ministry from the budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable member, there is a special request. Can we please work together, especially when we are talking about issues to do, problems or challenges of our people? Because our people, they expect to get feedback from this house. So can we please work as a team so that the challenges such as the one for Mukushi North can be addressed too? Let's not differ on challenges. Let's find solutions for those challenges. That's why we are here in this house. The next question, the Honorable Member for Magoye.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 285.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Member of Parliament for Magoye constituency, Honorable Member Malambo, asked my ministry the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to construct a police post in Magoye parliamentary constituency. B, if so, when the plans will be executed. And C, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, in responding to the questions raised by Honorable Malambo, I wish to inform the House that A, government has plans to construct a modern police post in Magoye constituency using the Constituency Development Fund. B, the plans will be implemented as soon as the CDF committee in the constituency approves the implementation of the project and funds are available. And C, as in Part A above. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Magoye.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the Honorable Minister's response, based on the fact that he's very much aware of the activities that we are doing in our constituents, in that we are yet to build 2 police posts in Magoye. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. But I want to find out from you, Honorable Minister, what are the immediate intervention measures that you can be able to help the people in Magoye constituents? As you should be aware, Magoye is about 10 kilometers from the main police post, and in Amaila, which is the furthest point, is about 76 kilometers away. And there is a lot of cattle rustling there, and also a lot of crime in Kalea and Magoye Central. I want to find out from you, Honorable Minister, what are the immediate mitigatory measures to ensure that at least we protect the people in our constituents? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Magoye most sincerely for the able manner he's managing the constituency by ensuring that he and his team constructs a police post in Magoye constituency. Please keep it up. That is leadership, and that is what we want from every member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, as a mitigating measure, I would like to inform the Honourable Member that once we receive the police vehicles, Magoye will be one of the first parliamentary constituencies that will be given. I'm aware that these vehicles will be arriving very, very soon.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I appreciate the casual response you've given. Honorable Minister, the people of Magoye, just like the people of Lumezi, you know, Honorable Minister, that you've usurped the powers of the ward WCs. Are you giving the people of Magoye the designs of a police post for you to say they'll use CDF? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I did not give a casual response on this matter. When we make responses to these questions, we make consultations. We did make consultations with the Honorable Member, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Magoye, who assured us that they are already in the process of constructing a police post. We cannot construct a police post within a police post. We cannot do that. And after all, Honorable Member for Lumezi, CDF funds are government funds. And the Honorable Member, who's working very well in the interest of the nation, he has already provided funds for the construction of a police post through the CDF structures, not through my ministry.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Order, Honorable Member, there's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for
Thank you, Madam
Bangoulu.
Speaker. I'm raising a point of order on the Honorable Member of Parliament for Magoye vis-à-vis the entire 65. Is the Honorable Member of Magoye in order, Madam Speaker, to come to this house and waste our time when him and the minister agreed outside that they are going to build a police post using CDF? Is he in order, Madam Speaker? Why didn't they just do it between the two of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm very sure these are odd questions. We have some questions that were asked as far as way back in October. We have actually a backlog of questions. That is why we want to clear them. However, I don't know whether Junos contacted the member of Magoye just to find out whether the question still stands. Otherwise, we have a backlog of questions that we want to clear. So in that manner, I would say that the Honorable Member was not out of order, especially if he was not contacted by Junos to find out the status of that question. The Honorable Member for, who was on the floor? The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. You also assisted us in Dundumwezi, and we are very happy with your plans. However, Honorable Minister, do you have a standard plan for modern police post, and what is the average cost? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can confirm that we have a model plan for police posts and police stations in this country, but I would not indicate the exact cost of building a police post because it depends where you are constructing that particular police post.
Thank you. From my own judgment, this question has been overtaken by events. There's work in progress over the same. So it would be fair if we made progress. We can move to the next question. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Behave. Madam Speaker, I'm worried.
You are protected, Honorable Member. Please, you can proceed with your question.
Question 286, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament is asking the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, A, whether the government has any plans to construct water dams in the following wards in Lumezi parliamentary constituency. 1, Kamimba, 2, Diwa, 3, Chamtoa, and 4, Wachitangachi. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, in response to the question asked by Honorable Zulu, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lumezi constituency, I wish to inform the House that, yes, indeed, government has plans to construct water dams in the 4 wards, namely Kamimba, Diwa, Chamtoa, Wachitangachi, in Lumezi parliamentary constituency. And B, the implementation of the plans will commence after the completion of the feasibility studies scheduled for 2023. The feasibility studies will establish the suitability of dam construction in Lumezi parliamentary constituency. Madam Speaker, further information is that government has been undertaking a program for the construction of small dams across the country for the purpose of harnessing water to ensure availability of the water resources for socio-economic development. Further, that in 2015, the ministry identified 924 potential damming sites for small dams across the country, of which 2 sites, namely Mwasempangwe and Lumezi, were identified in Diwa and Chamtua wards respectively in Lumezi district. This program is ongoing and government will continue identifying new damming sites where need arises. Further, that under the program for dam construction, the target for 2023 was to construct 16 small dams and 2 dams carried over from 2022, which were ongoing and scheduled to be completed in the 4th quarter of 2023. Further, that 16 dams and that these dams actually undergoing the procurement process, and also that 24 dams are earmarked for construction between 2024 and 2025. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Just for our records, the Minister of Green Economy and Environment is acting as Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Madam Speaker, I thank you most sincerely. Honorable Acting Minister, this question came probably last year. And Madam Speaker, rarely do I appreciate what this former government did like Afulafuta Dam. Honorable Minister, the construction is not ongoing. There is no construction that is taking place for any dams in Lumezi. We must be having sincere conversations, factual. I feel sorry for you because you're in an acting.
What is the question, Honorable Member?
When will the construction start? And not that answer that you have read because it's not factual. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, other than feeling sorry for the acting minister, I really request that the minister really ask substantive questions because I'm able to answer them after a good briefing from the minister.
The Honorable
Further, sorry,
Member.
the honorable member, sorry for promoting you, but he may be minister in the year 2060. Um, on a light note, minister. Honorable Madam Speaker, I think I was very clear in my answer. I clearly stated that these dams are undergoing feasibility studies. I did not say they are under construction. The feasibility studies are earmarked for this year, and I can assure the Member of Parliament, Honorable Zulu, that these dams will be constructed. Further, he may wish to know that it's one of the policies of the New Dawn government to ensure that water harvesting is enhanced. This is to ensure water security, to ensure energy security, to ensure food security. So I can rest assure him that this project is in an advanced stage and it will be further enhanced. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that these dams are under feasibility studies. Can you share with us what is the duration of the feasibility study and the cost of this feasibility study? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know whether the minister is prepared for that, since we are looking at a constituency-based, specifically for Rumezi. The Acting Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
I think obviously, Madam Speaker, the honorable member will appreciate that the feasibility studies take time and that they are marked for 2023. As to the costs, I may not be aware. I think the substantive minister may be aware and he will give the appropriate facts later. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I'll take the last one. We are behind time. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate and I'm encouraged when I hear the responses which comes from the executive, especially Honorable Green Economy, the way he's answering. And looking at what is happening, Madam Speaker, first, the issue of harvesting water, I appreciate it. This is a good idea coming from UPND. It's an excellent one. But the execution, Madam Speaker, I'm a bit disappointed. Minister, looking at what is happening in Nyemba, where you started a construction of a dam, 6 months down line, the contractor moves out of sight because it's not paid the money. How are you going to handle the feasibility studies after you conclude the feasibility studies? How do you think you are going to handle the construction of those dams in Lumez when we haven't finished or we haven't funded the one we've already started? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the Member of Parliament for that very, very important question. Madam Speaker, I'm answering confidently because I'm a member of a technical committee looking at, ministerial committee looking at water harvesting, chaired by my able Minister of Water, and I've been adequately briefed. I want to assure the House and the Zambian people that we are very, very serious about the aspect of water harvesting. And also, coming from my ministry, Madam Speaker, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, the negative effects of climate change would demand basically that the issues of water harvesting are upped. You remember we received very little rainfall, which led to power cuts. Remember that in a lot of our constituencies, issues of water are top on the agenda. For us, water harvesting in the coming years is what will define success. To this end, I think the Minister also of Water Development briefed me that the funding for dams in Lumezi and other areas where there's water scarcity will be there. So be assured, Honorable Member, that once these feasibility studies are completed, construction will come in earnest. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. There's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is based on Standing Order 65, relevance of response. The minister, when he was
65, I don't think there is anywhere where it talks about relevance.
Content of speech, sorry, Madam Speaker. The minister, when he was responding to the question from Honorable Member for Rumez, he himself indicated that he had gotten detailed briefing over the response. I asked a question: how long will feasibility study take in Rumezi constituency? Then he says he's not able to give an answer. Is he in order? The Honorable Minister smiling at me in glasses. That he got detailed information when he's not able to answer my simple question. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. I think I heard the minister say feasibility studies take a long time. However, Honorable Minister, just to close this question, do you have a time frame for feasibility studies?
Madam Speaker, I think the Member of Parliament was not listening. Can you please pay attention? In my substantive response, I clearly stated that the feasibility studies are earmarked for completion this year. That's what I said. Additionally, I said the feasibility studies take time, but they are earmarked to be completed this year, end of 2023, sir.
Thank you.
I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Having answered that, we can make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Chadiza. It will be asked by the Honorable Member for Chama South on prior arrangement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Chadiza, question number 287.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Chadiza, Mr. J. Duck, is asking the Minister of Health, A, whether government has any plans to construct maternity wings at the following health centers in Chadiza parliamentary constituency. 1, Zingalume. 2, Mwanukaha. 3, Kapilimpiko. And 4, Chamandala. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what the cost of the project is. And D, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker. A, Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that government is committed to providing health services as close to our people as possible. To achieve this, government will continue constructing additional health facilities as well as upgrading and modernizing the existing ones, including construction of maternity wings at all health centers in the country. This is in line with the presidential directive that was made during the official opening of the second session of the 13th National Assembly by the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Madam Speaker, for now, the priority of government is to construct maternity wings at all health centers countrywide. Out of the 4 health facilities in question, only Bwamunyuka is a health center, and the facility has already a maternity annex. The other 3 facilities, namely Zingalume, Kapirimpika, and 2 Chamandala, are not health centers, but are health posts. Government's policy is to construct maternity wings at health centers and not health posts. Question B, Madam Speaker, as stated earlier, government policy is to construct maternity wings at health centers countrywide. And Banamukoha already has a maternity wing, and yet the other 3 facilities are not health centers but health posts, and therefore do not meet the criteria for construction of a maternity wing. Therefore, Part B and C of the question falls off. Madam Speaker, the focus of government is to construct maternity wings at health centers that do not have the maternity wing. The House may wish to note that government, through the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, has prioritized the construction of maternity wings under CDF, and therefore members of Parliament will do well to budget for the construction of maternity wings at health centers in their respective parliamentary constituency. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, I know this is an odd question, and in some instances it has been taken by events. For example, at Chamandala, under 2023 CDF, a maternity wing will be constructed at Bwanunka. A maternity annex has been constructed, but there are no beds, Honourable Minister. Then at Kapirimpika, again, there is need to have a maternity wing. Now, my follow-up question, the people of Chadiza, the reason why they are coming up with these maternity annexes is to decongest the main district hospital. Do you have plans to actually increase capacity at Chadiza District Hospital so that more people can be covered at that level, considering that CDF is already going into these zonal health facilities? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable, for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, I think that I need to help members of Parliament, to help the people, and also to help government. We have a policy in place, and the policy has already stated that currently we are being encouraged to construct maternity wings in all our health centers, both rural and urban. Now, I note that the question is talking about constructing a maternity wing at a health post. You recall, colleagues, I did state that let us be clear with what the policy is so that we don't create difficulties for ourselves. Because if everybody now is going to go and expand their health posts and upgrade it to a health center, then it means now we must put up a maternity wing. And yet we have over 3,000 health centers in this country, of which majority of those do not have maternity annexes. Let's do first things first together. That's why when you ask this question, the first thing I did was to look at the questions you're asking. What are these health facilities? And we discovered that out of the 4, 3 are health posts. Only 1 is the health center. Now you are telling me in your follow-up questions that you have gone ahead as a district to expand a health post by adding a maternity annex. I want to appreciate that maybe that is the priority. And as a community and a district, you have seen the need for that. Having said that, it goes that when you turn a health center, a health post into a health center, you must understand that it will not be automatic for government to come in and deal with that issue by way of supporting that upgrade that you yourself have decided to do yourself. Because otherwise, Madam Speaker, we will not manage. We have to be orderly. We have to have equity. And we have to plan, and we have to budget. So where I'm standing here as Minister of Health, in my mind, I have, for argument's sake, 1,000 health centers that require annexes. I'll go to my planning and I'll say, this amount of facilities require this, and this is the money, and they budget for that. Now you, in your own wisdom, you decide to upgrade on your own. Then you come here and say, what is government doing about this? I think it will not help us. Now, I have to be very clear. I don't want you to misunderstand me, because now we are decentralizing and we are allowing members of the public, the communities, to prioritize. So if you have prioritized a health post, you want it to be to upgrade it to a health center, fine. But finish the work using your CDF. And I'll support you as much as I can. But don't complain and don't expect miracles. Let us just work together and see how we can manage to move things around to satisfy what you want. And by so doing, I may advise you, avoid questions. Because questions, you are just making my work even more difficult. Because already I've given you a budget, I've given you my plan, you've decided to have a new plan, just come to the office and say, this is what we are doing, how can you support us? That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are behind time. And since there is no question from the honorable member for Chadiza, we are going to make progress. Notice of motion, the honorable member from Fue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on 7th June 2023.
Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the honorable member for Sikongo. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the effectiveness of the Department of Veterinary Services in combating livestock diseases in Zambia for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 7th June 2023. Any debate? The honorable member from Fue.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 198, the committee considered one topical issue, namely the effectiveness of the Department of Veterinary Services in combating livestock diseases in Zambia. Madam Speaker, considering that members have read the report, allow me to comment on some of the key findings from the committee engagements with various stakeholders on the topical issue. Madam Speaker, one key finding by the committee was that most of the veterinary laboratories were meant for disease diagnosis across the country were non-operational. They posed a challenge to the officers on the ground in combating livestock diseases. During the tour in Central Province, the committee found that the regional laboratory in Kabwe was just a small room without any major equipment. In light of this, The committee strongly urges the government to immediately consider investing in veterinary laboratories across the country and to ensure that reagents are readily available. Further, Madam Speaker, the committee notes that as a result of not having veterinary laboratories that are operating effectively, samples from across the country are usually sent to the Central Veterinary Research Institute in Chilanga for analysis. The results are later sent electronically to various districts. However, due to inadequate information, communication technology infrastructure, and equipment, the receiving districts have ended up not accessing the results to the detriment of the livestock farmers. In view of this, the committee urges the government to urgently provide the necessary information, communication technology infrastructure, and equipment such as computers to the needy districts in order to improve service delivery. Madam Speaker, another finding of concern to the committee is that the catchment areas for most veterinary camps across the country are too vast to be manned by a single officer. This challenge, coupled with insufficient transport, were noted as the major factors that negatively affect service delivery. In light of the above, the committee recommends that the government urgently embarks on the redemarcation of all vast camps across the country as a measure aimed at improving service delivery in combating livestock diseases. The committee further urges the government to ensure that reliable transport is provided to all livestock-rich districts for use by the officers in carrying out their duties. Madam Speaker, the committee further notes that most of the government-constructed deep tanks across the country are non-functional, as they are either dilapidated or have been abandoned. During the local tour, the committee discovered that some of the government-abandoned deep tanks have been taken over by the private sector. In this vein, the committee recommends that the government should come up with measures to ensure that government-constructed deep tanks were operational for the benefit of the local livestock farmers. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to place on record the gratitude of the committee to all the stakeholders who tendered both written and oral submissions. The committee also wishes to thank you, Madam, the clerk, and his staff for the support services rendered to our committee. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Skongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In seconding the motion that has been ably presented by the chairperson of the committee, allow me to highlight a few issues that may have been left in her report. I think to start with, Madam Speaker, I'd like to mention that the livestock sector is a very important sector in as far as the development of this country is concerned. And I think the potential that it has is so huge. And if managed well, it can contribute significantly to the GDP of our country. However, the sector has been affected by a problem of disease outbreaks, which have continued to hamper the development of the sector. However, during the study of the committee, we interacted with a number of witnesses, but I think what really came out to be of major concern is the Central Veterinary Institute, which is mandated to produce vaccines in this country. I think that institution is highly incapacitated, and I think, as you read in the report, your committee recommends that it's a section in the Department of Veterinary Services, if it can be converted into a department, like is the case for Mount Makuru Research Institute. I think then there will be efficiency in terms of the operations of the department. Because what is happening right now is that when samples are sent to Central Veterinary Research Institute, the institute has to send or ask for assistance from the ministry in terms of reagents, in terms of vaccines, in terms of all the other needs that they need in order for them to process the samples. So what we were told was that sometimes it takes almost 6 months before assistance can be given to them to process the samples. When that happens, definitely it affects if it's stock movement is affected because then there are delays. If it's disease surveillance, then it's also affected in the sense that when that by the time the institute is able to process the samples, maybe the disease outbreak would have spread to a wider area. So I think it is hard. We recommend in the report, Madam Speaker, that if the section that is the Central Veterinary Research Institute is turned into a fully fledged directorate, that will help to ensure that the desire of this government to put the livestock sector as a key sector in as far as the development is concerned will be achieved. I wouldn't like to talk so much because I think my chairperson has already hinted on so many challenges that are affecting the department to do with the accommodation, the vastness of the camps, to do with the lack of transport. I think those have been ably mentioned. But I think maybe what I would like to finally talk about is the importance of the private sector to ensure that they collaborate or they help, they come into partnership with the farmers, especially when it comes to the issues of dipping the animals. Also, what we were requested by the farmers was that if government can also do what it is doing to the FISIP, where maybe the dip can be vaccinated, can be subsidized, then that will go a long way in making sure that the farmers are able to dip their animals. Because it's not making sense that only a few or a section of the farmers are able to dip their animals. And when that is the case, when it comes to grazing, these animals have a common grazing areas. So the diseases again are passed from one animal to the other, and hence the challenge is not controlled. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, allow me to second the motion by the committee. I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't need to be a livestock farmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chilubi an opportunity to add a word on this important report. Madam Speaker, why we want to control diseases for animals is because we want to have healthy animals so that we can realize economic value from the animals. Madam Speaker, if you go in the tabulation of the structure of funding on one of the tables, I think you realize that whereas the volume of money that has been released to tackle a lot of problems that are surrounding livestock, the releasing of that money is something which leaves much to be desired. For instance, the 2022, you find that variation is about negative 52%, which is supposed to be looked into. Madam Speaker, if you go to page 12, you find that utilization of the available methods, which are supposed to be used to control in that table, you find that utilization of those methods is still very low. And yet we talk about putting premium on our animals. The reason why we need to put premium on our animals, Madam Speaker, the reason why we want to protect the animal population, which is, I think from the report, is 4.6 cattle, 4.4 goats, and 260,000 sheep, and 1.1 pigs, those which were captured. You find that the animal products that come from there can help us to compete favorably in terms of exports. But we are a nation that in some way have misdirected the priorities, especially if you scan through the same report. You find that today we are talking about slow disbursement of funds, low staffing levels, among other challenges, that is insufficient funding to control diseases, poor disease surveillance, inadequate laboratory and testing facilities, inadequate infrastructure for disease control and management, or that is among other challenges. But if you find the desire to invest in this particular area is not being exhibited as it may be. Madam Speaker, you find that other countries, I would pick an example of Sudan. Sudan is one of those, countries, in as far as it may be in internal conflicts, that is doing very fine in terms of cattle population. And I think one of the methods that have been successful in that particular country is that of dipping. But if you look at the behavior of dipping for our animals, you find that it's only cattle on the same table that I referred to, which is topping at 18%. The others are not looked into properly. Madam Speaker, allow me to also factor in that as we talk about these factors, we need also to look at early warning measures that are supposed to be undertaken in making sure that disease is controlled. Most of the time, we are more reactive to diseases like foot and mouth disease than preventive. Madam Speaker, I have in mind, when I look at cattle, I'm not only looking at beef, I'm also looking at milk, I'm looking at glue, I'm looking at leather industry, and many other factors. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the focus of this nation, we know, I am not an animal expert, but I think I can submit that we have overlooked some of the ecological factors that may go with managing animals. We know, for instance, that there was a time when we had a drought, I think it should be 2019, 2020, in Southern. We did not only need, because that's where the highest population of animals is, we did not only need human supply, we also needed supply for the animals so that they are catered for. We have concentrated on this, for lack of a better term, Madam Speaker, a medicinal approach to dealing with diseases. The issue of diet is overlooked. The issue of ecological factors like water and many other factors is being overlooked. And I think even as human beings, even animals, I think they respond to the same thing. You cannot survive and you cannot talk about medication taking place properly without looking at pasture, without looking at provision of water and many other factors. Madam Speaker, as we undertake to addressing both preventive and curative measures on addressing diseases, we also need to realize that the structure of how we budget matters equally. If you go in our yearbook, you will find that the only addition that was made this year around, the FISIP was expanded to be called the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program. And the highest component that was included is that of extension officers. I think I would like to prefer a situation where we have recruitment of extension officers to answer, because when we talk about animal ratio to extension officer and also the farmers that are having these animals, you find that the numbers are suffocating. And some of the extension officers that are sent, especially in rural areas, you find that the best thing they do there is just drink alcohol with the locals. And they concentrate much on crop husbandry as opposed to animal husbandry. And that being the case, Madam Speaker, government of those motorbikes that government has suggested to buy and many other factors, you find that instead of them being used to monitor how the animal diseases are going and the animal population sustained, they are mainly using, sorry, Madam Speaker, where they have to go and visit, let me interpret, where they have to go and visit houses where they are doing local brew as opposed to, visiting farmers. And this is a reality, and I can cite a lot of examples, including my own district. So I think what we need to inculcate, in as far as we make these provisions, is a culture of caring for animals. And we cannot inculcate this culture of caring for animals unless we put premium on the animals that we want to protect. And we need to see value, economic value. We want to see a situation where Botswana, which was at some point just a desert, has overtaken Zambia by far in terms of importing to the Euro bloc. But our animals, many of them are standard produce standard meat, not choice meat, if it is the cattle. But we need to raise the value where we need to produce and compete favorably. Recently, we had Comesa. Do we have a market? Have we penetrated the market in looking at how we can bargain, especially using our animals? Madam Speaker, with those few words, the people of Chirubi would like to submit.
Thank you. I'll follow the list the way it is. We shall continue tomorrow. I've seen that a lot of honorable members went through the report. The honorable member for Mansa Central.
Madam Speaker, I am honored and privileged to contribute to the debate on the report from your committee on agricultural lands and natural resources. Your committee, Madam Speaker, focused on the critical sector of livestock of the Department of Veterinary, of the department called Veterinary Department, and in particular, the critical area of control of livestock diseases. Madam Speaker, I'll confine my debate to 5 key areas. I'll talk of the policy environment as elicited on page 4 of your report, and I'll also talk about surveillance, antimicrobial resistance, and financing. Madam Speaker, livestock diseases impact on our economy and particularly on our food security. It is critical as we talk about the policy framework, the Animal Husbandry Act, and many other legal provisions under this sector to talk about the One Health approach. Modern trends do not now leave livestock diseases as an isolated area. They are looked at in one integrated approach called the One Health approach. Madam Speaker, this is so, more so because in one ecosystem, living beings, humans, animals, and plants coexist in one environment. Madam Speaker, the pathogens that cause diseases in animals can easily cause diseases in man. And these are the zoonotic diseases that we face on a daily basis. It is important then that I make a clarion call from inception for government to ensure they embrace and accelerate the implementation of the One Health approach, particularly focusing on food safety, zoonotic diseases, neglected tropical diseases, laboratory services, environmental health, and antimicrobial resistance. Madam Speaker, oftentimes we look at diseases in animals in isolation, and our business as usual approach confines us to containment and control of outbreaks. We must go beyond this, and we must invest in robust systems that are integrated, not only ensure sustainable livestock health, but also protect humans and other habitats of the ecosystem from pandemics. Madam Speaker, as I speak about the policy framework, I want to emphasize the need for government to implement what is in its the One Health approach that was designed in 2020 through the Zambia National Public Health Institute, and also through the recently relaunched the One Health approach from 2022 to 2026, the strategic plan. Madam Speaker, that would accrue benefits to public health and animal health. Madam Speaker, as I move to disease surveillance on page 11, it is noted by your committee that there is very poor funding or inadequate activity in disease surveillance. Madam Speaker, disease surveillance is critical for us to pick out diseases early and make sure that we react or respond timeously and reduce the loss of livestock. Madam Speaker, in the recent outbreaks of contagious bovine pleural pneumonia, of castle disease, of many other common livestock diseases, we've lost thousands of animals and we've regressed our economy. If our surveillance is enhanced, we'll be able to detect the signs early and be able to put up a timeous response. I am making a call in support of the committee for us to increase funding for surveillance so that we can protect our animals and ensure that the zoonotic diseases, those that move from animals to men, are also prevented. Madam Speaker, antimicrobial resistance is a global public health threat. It refers to a situation where antibiotics or many drugs that we use to treat viruses, bacteria, and fungi will stop being effective. This is because of careless use of antibiotics and many other medicines, both in plant, animal, and human health. It is important that we promote collaboration amongst all the key stakeholders in plant and animal health and in human health to ensure we combat antimicrobial resistance. Zambia has made progress in the One Health approach, and through the Zambia National Public Health Institute, we should strengthen the One Health approach and that component of antimicrobial resistance. Madam Speaker, as I talk about financing, I refer to page 9, where you see a reduction or the percentage increase in the deficit of funding to this critical sector. Madam Speaker, reducing financing by 54% is atrocious, and it will culminate in loss of livestock and regression of the economy. Madam Speaker, I urge robust financing mechanisms for livestock control so that we can ensure livestock health and in the process protect human health and plant health. Madam Speaker, high impact interventions need to be financed adequately, such as production of vaccines to control common livestock diseases. We need to increase financing to the Chilanga plant that is able to produce a number of vaccines to control livestock diseases, or to prevent livestock diseases. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, let me state that as government, we need to abandon the business as usual approach, embark on innovative approaches to ensure livestock health. Livestock diseases should never be looked at in isolation, but in the spirit of a One Health approach, ensure that we invest adequately in the joint collaboration and coordination amongst multiple sectors that deal with pathogens that will infect plants, animals, and humans. And that framework through the Zambia National Public Health Institute exists. Madam Speaker, the report I fully support. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalavo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for according the people of Kalavo a space to add on to the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is a report by your Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Extra. Madam Speaker, the issue of livestock in Zambia has been overlooked and has become like a no-use section. We have a number of communities in this country which depend very much on livestock. And so the government seems to have had neglected this section. When you neglect these animals, it implies that you have also neglected the people who depend on those animals for survival. The report shows a number of major challenges. Major challenges. One, low staffing levels. Where we are coming from, we have cattle headers who are traditional. These traditional cattle headers, in short, depend on the traditional methods. And in most cases, these are subsistence methods, which are not commercial. Now, if there are no workers, the educated workers who are supposed to educate the traditional headers, traditional farmers, how are they going to improve? One, the breeds. Two, the type of feeding methods. Three, medication. So the low staffing levels has very much affected. I'll give you, Madam Speaker, an example of Karabo. From the Boma, the township where the civic center is, to the border of Narolo, it's about 90 kilometers. That space of 90 kilometers, there is no veterinary officer. And in that space, there are cattle owners, keepers. Now the question is, how are these keepers going to manage to look after their animals effectively if there is no sensitization, there is no education, because there are no workers? This is a blame I would place on the government. It's deliberate. For me, I would say deliberate. Why do I say so? What is it that the government doesn't have? What is it? What don't they know? One, they have people who have studied economics. They know the value invested in an animal. And so because they know the value of the animals and they know where those animals are, they are not placing, they are not forwarding the necessities to help these farmers. You see, for me, look at the budget for 2023 and then compare with the previous. Then you can see that where we are heading to, there's light. Madam Speaker, these workers need to be accommodated. There are no housing schemes. There's no housing scheme. There are no houses in these camps. I'll also give you another example of Karab, Madam Speaker. We have only 19 camps for the whole district. Meaning, if there were farmers, if there were veterinary officers, these veterinary officers would have to travel hundreds of kilometers to assist these cattle farmers. Now, Madam Speaker, we are urging those who are in power. You have the power to provide resources. We want these resources. I know right now that constituencies are somehow empowered. And if you go around these constituencies, you would find what was not there being made available. Because now, because of the CDF, and we are seeing that there was no funding to this section, at least from the CDF, we are able to provide.
Order, Honorable Member. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate. Already that was...
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Sorry. In fact, it's supposed to be the Honorable Member from Fue.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Debate to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you very much for staying with us on Parliament Television. And business for today has been concluded with the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, Mr. Chinga Miutu, on the floor of the House, adding his voice to the motion that was moved by Mfuwe Member of Parliament Maureen Mavonga. And the motion was that she urges the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources on the effectiveness of the Department of Veterinary Services in combating livestock diseases in Zambia for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 7th June 2023.
Yes,
And the debate, of course, will continue tomorrow.
Yes, Pauline, we now look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House from the time it resumed at 14:30 hours. There were two ministerial statements. In the first ministerial statement, Madam Speaker permitted the Acting Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Charles Milupi, who is the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, to render a ministerial statement on the forfeited 65 million kwacha by Ms. Faith Msonda to Anti-Corruption Commission, ACC, and how the surrendered funds were disbursed. The minister stated that on the basis of the mandate vested in the minister responsible for finance by the Public Financial Management Act number 1 of 2018 and the Forfeiture of Proceeds Act number 19 of 2010, the Ministry of Finance and National Planning issued an instruction to the Anti-Corruption Commission on 25 February 2023 in which the SEC was requested to transfer the forfeited funds into the consolidated accounts controlled 99 for the Zambian kwacha and United States dollars respectively held at the Bank of Zambia.
And the acting minister further stated that the Anti-Corruption Commission, in line with the request from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, accordingly transferred the forfeited funds on 3rd March 2023 in the Consolidated Fund Control 99.
The Honorable Minister went on to state that the Ministry of Education applied for a supplementary provision of 73,172,516 under a budget line called University Education Provision, which included the total forfeited funds amounting to 66,368,812.21 ngwe and a 6,803,779 ngwe, which was provided from the general revenues to meet the supplementary requirement for the Ministry of Education.
And the minister further went on to inform the House that they had copied documents of the transmission of the transcript of both the funds transferred on 3rd March 2023 in kwacha and dollar, which were irrefutable proof of transfer of funds to the consolidated fund accounts. And he also included a copy of the approved supplementary of the Ministry of Education under the University Education Provision amounting to 73,172,516 kwacha, which included the forfeited funds amounting to 66,368,802 kwacha. So that was the ministerial statement on the forfeited 65 million by Ms. Faith Musonda to Anti-Corruption Commission and how the surrendered funds were disbursed.
In the second ministerial statement, Madam Speaker permitted the Minister of Tourism to render a ministerial statement on the effectiveness of measures being taken to reduce human-animal conflict countrywide, and so this is in response to the urgent of matter of national importance raised by Member of Parliament for Chama South Parliamentary Constituency, Honorable Davison Mungandu.
And the Minister of Tourism expressed concern at the increasing trend in the incidences of human-wildlife conflict reported for the past few years across the country, and he cited 21,442 incidences reported in the year 2022 alone. And the minister further said that the measures that the government has outlined together with partners will continue together with partners they will continue to put in place to address the problem in the short term, mid-term, and long-term are as follows. And these included training of community members as blasters, development of participatory village land use plans, and also data collection.
We also had mass media communication deployment of wildlife police officers, and removal of illegal settlements from wildlife habitats and corridors, among others.
And the minister further informed the House that his ministry was doing everything possible to respond and mitigate the problem, which requires a multi-pronged approach to effectively deal with the problem.
The House went on to consider one question for oral answer and understanding order 76, and this question came from Mpika Member of Parliament, Mr. Kapyanga, who posed his question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. He wanted to find out whether the government is aware that there are foreign nationals with firearms that are illegally mining gold in Mpika parliamentary constituency, thereby posing a security risk to local people, and in B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to rid the area of foreign nationals and ensure the safety of security of residents. And so the minister did give answers to those questions. He answered to the A part of the question as government is not aware, and in the B part of the question, he talked about the measures that that have been taken to rid the area of the foreign nationals. And the first measure is that establishment of the checkpoint on the main way to the site. And number 2 is conducting joint security patrols in the area. And number 3 is conducting security sensitization to the local people.
And another question considered understanding Order 74 came from Mukushi North Member of Parliament, Mr. Chibuye, and he posed a question to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. He wanted to know whether government has any plans to construct a modern water treatment plant in Mukushi Township in Mukushi North Parliamentary constituency, and if so, when the project will be commenced and what the estimated cost of the project is. And in response, the minister indicated to the House that yes, government has plans to construct a modern treatment plant in Mukushi Township in Mukushi North Parliamentary constituency, and he said that this project will commence once the funds have been sourced, and the estimated cost he indicated to the House that it will be determined once the plans have been put in place. And the time frame to complete the project, the minister indicated to the House that it will take 2 years after the start of the project.
Another question came from Magoe Member of Parliament, Mr. Malambo, who posed this question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a police post in Magoe parliamentary constituency, and the minister did respond to say that government has plans to construct a police post in Magoe parliamentary constituency using the CDF funds. And in the B part of the question, he wanted to find out if so when the plans will be implemented. The minister did respond to say that plans will be implemented as soon as the CDF committee approves the implementation of the project and funds are made available.
Yes, Matimba, so those are some of the questions that were considered on the floor of the House. Of course, we had other questions from Magoe Member of Parliament. We also had a question from Lumezi Member of Parliament, and also Chadiza Member of Parliament also posed the questions which were ably tackled by the relevant ministers. And then after that, the House went on to consider one motion came up for consideration, and this was the report on the Agriculture Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, and the members of Parliament added their voice to this particular motion, and of course debate will continue tomorrow because the time was up for today's business. So debate on this particular motion continues tomorrow.
And so that is basically business that has been considered on the floor of the House today, Tuesday, 13th June 2023. From us and the entire production crew, thank you so much for your viewership. Keep watching Parliament Television and have a blessed night.
Of Zambezi Magic are perfectly aligned. It's a gamble for stardom on the all-new 10 Tamanga Street. Bold steps push Zuba to a league above all. Lindiwe plays puppet master as her devious plan unfolds. With the hope of reconciliation, Shimumbi returns to Ranamumbi. Witness Uncle Imbani's hustle and bustle for the upper life. And get up close and personal with our favorite superstar, Mutale Mwanza. It's a date with the stars on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV and Channel 3 on GoTV.
3, 2, 1.
Blast off! Buckle up and hold on tight as you blast off into a universe packed with out-of-this-world adventures. Wow! It's going to be a journey filled with fun and discovery.
Oh, he's adorable.
Explore a galaxy of great times that will leave you amazed. Search for the weird, wonderful, and all things wacky.
Welcome to the future.
Discover strange creatures, hidden powers, and unravel secrets. This is so cool. And find the superpowered strength you never knew you had. Heck yeah! So go wild. Tune in and let the thrilling adventures begin.
Let's get wild!
There's always something to love on GoTV.
You deserve an escape to paradise. Let's take you there with some of your favorite local content lined up on GoTV. GoTV. Be part of it. Live life. Mwamene ifunika kunkadila. GoTV. Nia moyo. Tamban ma shows yonse from as low as 35 kwacha per GoTV and feel the best of local content. GoTV. Love it.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Inika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people of Iteztezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.